what's our most recent save here? This one. Day 2 trial. Day 2 turnabout serenade. That's right, we're still in this one. The 10th of July, 11 minutes to 10 in the morning. District Court Defendant Lobby number 2. I have to get into the voices again. It's been a hot minute. Well, it's been a week, but... Well, this is it! Today's the day it all goes down. And then there was yesterday. Oh, this meeting is over. Sorry. Just give us 5 more minutes. We can call them back after that. Sorry, no go. Come on, piano boy. We're leaving. Darian, wait! I never liked you. Either of you. Oh, well, not technically. But they were part of the enemy, so ones like Asajj Ventress and Dirge would have been very difficult for the clones to deal with. Huh? Darn it, we were so close. He was about to tell us. And also the depictions of Asajj Ventress in the original multimedia project, I would say that she is evil. And Dooku is technically not evil. He was just following his own path from his own point of view. And that's why he was only like a temporary apprentice to Sidious. Because he would never be as powerful as someone that could be really evil. If we're talking in terms of good and evil. The Clone Wars showed more of grey areas. Hey, Apollo! He didn't want us to hear what Marky had to say. That's right. I think I know why. Time to bring down a little justice. Okay, that's got to be the title now. It's time to bring down a little justice. Eek! What was that? It sounded like a gunshot to me. He is heard but unseen. Who's that talking? Ah, it's him. He is heard but unseen. Who's that talking? A Valiant Grammary! Or Grammari, as I would pronounce it. Oh, Valiant Grammari! I exclaimed as he walked in through the door normally. I've never played the Mega Man game properly, to be fair. I tried a little bit of one of the Game Boy ones and it didn't hook me, so I never ended up playing any of the others properly. I think it was one of the side-scroller ones, which I was a kid, my attention span wasn't as long, but it wasn't one that hooked me to play lots like Pokemon or something like that. Yeah, aren't you the witness today, are you, Uncle Valiant? A preposterous proposition. How could I stand to stand upon the stand? Why, my secrets would be free for the plucking. I might even have to sign autographs. That is why I intend to remain hidden for the entire day. Oh, with vanishing magic? Indeed, I will jump upon an express train and express myself to the next town over. But before I go, a word of warning. Warning? What? Yeah, well, I didn't come here just to leave. A grand grammary glamour resides at the root of all that has happened. Do not forget this truth. Glamour? You might have to be more specific than other guy. A spell, a sorcery, a great illusion. Miss Trucy, though it pains me to part so, I need to get in line for a ticket. Farewell! Wow, he just left really quickly. Oh, usually he's not here right at the start of streams. Lock-on's usually here a bit later. Or J-Lamb, because when I start somehow doesn't line up with their schedule, even though it's the same time I've been starting for ages. Although, daylight savings has screwed up, so, yeah. J-Lamb came in earlier last stream, I think. And Lock-on was a bit later on. Oh, mods. So they should get in here. I'll try adding them. There we go. I'll try adding them on the Discord. And there he goes. He sure seemed happy about that illusion thing. Oh, big illusions are the bread and butter of a magician. You can't pull off a show without one. The big illusion is always a spectacle to remember. Why did my brain go receptacle? I don't know. Usually it involves cutting up things like people or... She's ranting. Let me look at this. Like people or elephants or the Eiffel Tower. Anything really. So he was talking about what we saw at the concert. Lamoureux's disappearing act. And Prosecutor Gavin's exploding guitar. I wonder what he meant by it being at the root of all that has happened. Well, it's about time. Shall we go? Excuse me, sir. Yes? The scheduled starting time for the trial has been changed. The trial will not be commencing until 10:30 AM. Sorry for the inconvenience. Huh? Did something happen? This is a first. It was by the judge's request, some urgent personal business. Great. I bet he stayed up too late last night watching courtroom dramas. Apparently he's visiting the hospital again. The hospital? I believe it was mentioned that the Chief Justice's son is unwell. Apparently his condition worsened considerably this morning. The Chief Justice's son. Oh, that's right. Remember yesterday morning the judge said he had to go visit him after the trial? There's an article about it in the newspaper. If you care to read about it yourself. Oh my goodness, he has incuritis. Bloody incuritis. Incuritis, where have I heard that before? It's because the cocoons that's not the replica could apparently cure incuritis. I'll let you read that article for us, Apollo. Just leave the TV guide page to me. Try not to lose the page with the funnies if you can. Half past 10 on the 10th of July. Court number 3. My apologies for the delay. Court is now in session for the trial of, how do you say his name again? Makitobe, a suspect fortissimo. Right. It's his trial, in any case. The defense is prepared, Your Honor. The prosecution is ready to rock. Is something wrong, Your Honor? No. Well, yes. It's just, I've been friends with the Chief Justice since we were students. It pains me to see him go through such a difficult time. Incuritis, was it? The record said there is no known cure. Judge, let me say, with all honesty, I feel your pain. But now is not the time for tears. Now is the time for law. Indeed. We left off at quite the juncture yesterday. I asked Interpol about that number. IPXX314206. The engine registered under this number was Romain Letus. Thanks for looking into that for us, Detective Crescent. It's been a great help. Oh, it's a great help. I'll get back into it eventually. God, why am I yawning so much? I guess it's because I'm talking finally a fair bit again. And when I'm reading out things, I guess my breathing changes. And I've never done proper training for switching between voices or whatever. Oh, no problem at all, Your Honor. I'll be heading out. We get our flashback. Wait! That voice just now. It was him. I'm sure of it. It was him? That voice I heard. Talking to Mr. Letus when I heard the gunshots fired. It was him. It was Mr. Darien. No way. Quite a sensational ending. Who would have thought Darien would be guest star in the season cliffhanger as a suspect? I asked the prosecution to look into this matter. Please tell the court your findings. Darien Casson is a member of my band, the Governors. He is also a detective, making the current charges serious indeed. Yet, after investigation, I found no cause to alter our case or file new charges. And your reason is? Weren't you aware for it? He has an impeccable alibi. An alibi? Let us review the facts again, shall we? The concert held on the night of the shooting was in 3 sets. The Governors ripped up the stage during the first set. For the second set, our guest took center stage. The only performers appearing were myself, Laura, and Marky, along with a drummer and a bassist for a total of 5. The shooting in the dressing room, however, took place during the third set. Lemera and the defendant, Marky Tope, had left the stage at that point. And the Governors were already rocking. This is when 2 shots rang out at the scene of the crime. Shots heard by Detective Emma Sky, mind you. And Apollo, you heard them too, right? I sure did. Furthermore, Lamara herself witnessed the moment of the crime. Well, perhaps I should say, she heard the moment of the crime. Look, it's my not very good German accent that is over-exaggerates some things, that is probably mixed with French and whatever else. Because he's meant to have a German accent when he's talking about hair, foreheads, and everything else. But I don't know how to do the accent that well, so that's what you get. But that's impossible, Detective Crescent was. Precisely. Detective Cousin was on stage, getting his groove on, no less. Voila! A perfect alibi! Does the defense have anything to add to this? Yeah, it's probably a bit influenced because I did French in school, that I sort of swing closer to that to make it sound more European sounding. But I probably don't have the German accent right because I don't know how their phonetics work. Does the defense have anything to add to this? It's true. When I heard those gunshots, he must have been on stage. Still, there's something here that doesn't quite add up. I keep trying to think of like German accents in movies, but then even then I haven't studied it specifically, so just as a practice will be better. And then I over-exaggerate the parts with the z and vos type things. It appears the defense has no objections. I believe we can safely say that Darian Crescent's alibi has been acknowledged. Which means that Lamera was sadly mistaken. Our testimony cannot be true. Very well. Of course, if we disregard his testimony, then I see no evidence keeping us from declaring a verdict. If indeed there are no objections, oh, Apollo, if it declares a verdict now, yeah, what were we doing again? We've got the incuritis, and that was done. That was the Borginian paper with the article. As I said, I don't know German and I don't know how their phonetics work properly. But Prosecutor Gavin's case is airtight. Lamera might have been lying to protect Marky. I cannot rely on her testimony. Wait, what about yesterday in the detention center? About the case. What about the case? He wants to tell us about Mr. Latus's death? Even this meeting's over. Darian? Like he was trying to tell us something, I know it. Maybe the best thing to do is to ask him. Under oath. Very well. The court finds the defendant, what was his name again? Your Honor. No, that wasn't it. It was something like Marquis or Mr. Justice. Your Honor, before you declare a verdict, I would like to call another witness. Exactly who else do you need to hear from? A witness who, until now, has not been given a chance to speak in this court. Because he doesn't speak English. You don't mean... I do. The defense calls defendant Marquis Turbay to the stand. Well, what? But he doesn't speak English. Well, use an interpreter. Interpreter? I'm afraid you'll have to look elsewhere. I only speak a few phrases such as I love you and where is the toilet. The defense would like to request Lamera as an interpreter. Well, the problem is I don't know how to improve that. Like, I don't have vocal training to be able to change that. While also keeping the accent. So you get what you get. And then maybe I'll improve as I practice. And to be fair, it was harder doing Franziska von Karma because that was a German accent and trying to do it. I guess I did falsetto in the end, but with a female voice. but I get it. The feedback's there. I can hear it in my own voice, but I also go, well, I don't know how to change that to make it sound closer. So you get what you get. Basically. Look, Lamara. But there's a possibility she's protecting the defendant. But she'd be interpreting for the defendant. Why would she lie? This is most unusual. Yeah. There's videos on to do everything. But do I take a break from stream and take like a whole week to get an accent better? Probably not perfect, but better. Or do I just continue on playing the game and having fun with it? Because I am doubting that I would be able to get the accent closer after watching a video for 5 minutes. Anyway. I'm just going to continue on because I want to play the game. I don't want to try and get the... Honestly, the accent secondary, as long as I'm having fun with doing the accent and having fun with it, because this is also a game with off-brand countries like Virginia that doesn't exist in real life and yet is based off of like a mixture of apparently it's Europe, but then it also looks like Middle Eastern type text. No, and I have better things to do than try and get an accent better during the week. You don't stream every day either. I don't see you bring in a perfect German accent. Anyway. Maybe I'm touchy tonight. Just gonna enjoy the game. Ah, bravo, Herr Farid. Judge, the prosecution agrees with the defendant's request. If Lamara lies, I'll be able to tell. Even my limited knowledge of the language should be enough for that. Well, if both prosecution and defense are for this, I see little cause for refusal. Finally, some progress. Bailiff, please show the defendant and Lamara to the witness stand. I suppose there is a first time for everything. Shall we proceed? Your name to begin with, if you would, Lamara. Yes. He says, Maki Bay, the defendant. This is certainly a first for this courtroom. Oh yeah, 9's easy. 9? Is easy, because that is like literally one of the most spread around phrases in German. It's speaking all the other words to get me. Even I have done in some of the previous streams, I go 9 before to try and get into the headspace of it. I didn't this time. But that's easy. Yet I get text and text of... I suppose there is a first time for everything, shall we proceed? Do you have a great... I suppose there is a first time for everything, shall we proceed? And all of the other texts. That is the thing. It's like you probably... Like 9 is so far removed from a lot of the other actual texts to read out as well. Not that we really needed an interpretation of that message in particular. So far, so good. Very well. Mr. Justice, if you would. Huh? If I would what, Your Honor? Would what? You called the defendant to the stand, did you not? What would you have him testify about? Or you could pull it back a bit, you know? Okay. could just ignore you, but I mean... What do I want him to testify about? I mean, you're the only person in chat at the moment. I'm gonna read it and that'll affect me anyway. Hey, I hadn't thought that far yet. Apollo! Aren't you going to ask him what he was about to tell us yesterday? How can I, if I don't know what he was saying? Excuse me a moment, if I might speak. Yes, Lamora. Just now, Marky said there is something about which he wishes to testify. No, he wants to testify about something. What sort of testimony is he talking about? Well, you haven't been banned yet, that is true. One moment, please. Ah, the suspense is killing me. What? What? Well, I'm wrong. According to Marky, he has proof of his innocence. What? This is a surprise. Yahoo! Victory, Apollo! We did it! This is sounding too good to believe, and I know what that usually means. Well, if that's true, then this is vital testimony. Marky, please testify to the court. Very well. Sometimes that's the bot accounts. That happens. Some of the bot accounts duck in and out. And then other people might be lurking. Proof of innocence. He says the word of Mr. Latus's death came as a great shock. But if the killing truly followed the lyrics of my song, I, that is he, could not have done it. He says that because the lyrics are in English, he does not understand them. I see. He wouldn't have understood the English lyrics of the song. That would prevent him from following them so closely. Come on, really? Okay. I wondered what he meant by proof. Why, he would only have to ask Lamora to know the meaning of that song. Lamora, did you ever explain the lyrics of that song to him? I did tell him generally what the song was about, but never in so much detail, and he never asked. As my oft-repeated warning already fled that forehead, Lamora might be protecting the witness. Well, anyway, let us proceed with the cross-examination. Mr. Justice, if you would. Yes, Your Honor. Something's hidden in that testimony, I know it. I'll just have to trust my bracelet to tell me where. It worked yesterday, it'll work today. I find it weird how the defense attorney is the one cross-examining the witness he called up as well. Were Marky and Mr. Latus close? Yes, after we travelled around the world on tour together. Lamora, this is Marky's cross-examination and not yours. But I knew the answer. This is a court of law. We'll play it by the book. I understand. When Prosecutor Gabin's tough, he's really tough. Marky says he was very good friends with Mr. Toulouse. Mr. Toulouse was always a gentleman, never angry. We got along quite well. I never dreamt something like this would happen. The guitar serenade, correct? Yes, the crime followed the lyrics of the song. The theft of the key ring, the burning guitar, and the bullet. This is why it could not have been me. But I could not have done it, you mean? It is very simple. Marky could not have done all the things that happened that day, for all those things followed the song lyrics closely. Wouldn't it be difficult for him to perform without knowing the meaning of the lyrics? He didn't know what the song was about, its mood, shall we say. This was enough to play by. I told him it was a song about a guitar in love. It's not actually the guitars that's in love, strictly speaking. Oh, perhaps I misunderstood. She's the one that wrote the lyrics, isn't it? She. Weren't they saying that she was the one that wrote the lyrics? No, not really. Yours is a valid interpretation. Okay. No, it is my fault. I am too used to singing in Borginian. It is much easier than trying to understand these English lyrics. Yay, I knew sure he was innocent. I believe he is too, Tracy, I do. What's wrong, Apollo? You got a tummy ache or something? Something's hidden in that testimony. If it's the truth, I'll find it. Okay. I don't see anything normally. I'm looking at his facial expression. So if we Sharingan him, we can see his eyes, right? Yeah. It has to be his eyes. I feel like it has to be his eyes though, because we can't see that in the other part. Just do every single one and see, I guess. I find this a bit odd because it's like you can't tell with all of them before you go into that, which I feel like you should be able to tell. This is the one I did before. Okay, I can't do it on her. I was trying to go over there at the end. Yeah, this is likely to be the one that something happens, because it's like he could not understand English, and yet he can understand when we're asking him things. Gotcha. That's it. We got his eye movement. Marky, you can't fool my eyes. You glanced towards her the moment Lamora said the word English. Why? And don't bother interpreting that. He understands me. Marky, tell the truth. You can understand English, can't you? Well, what are you saying? Of course he can't. Must he continue this charade? Or charade? Mr. Justice, Mikey says this. I know the word English. Huh? Before coming to this country, he heard me speaking English. He learned the name for this language. That is all. What? Give me a break. Is that such an unusual word to understand? Do you not know Espanol, for instance? Well, yeah, but... I am sorry, but he truly does not understand your language. Well, then explain this. How does he know the crime followed the lyrics? Have you always been such a suspicious-minded lad? It is simple. So simple it hardly requires an explanation. He read about it in the newspaper. The newspaper? Oh, we've got him. The newspaper does not mention the lyrics. Hang on, what was this one? It specifically noted it doesn't mention the lyrics. The Virginian Daily Bugle. You can buy it in this country these days, you know. They have already begun to report about this case in our homeland. I was right. What is wrong, Mr. Justice? Your eyes are quite fierce all of a sudden. Marky is lying. Name is time to show them proof that he's lying. I have here a Borginian newspaper. The Borginian Daily Bugle, as a matter of fact. Indeed, there is a feature article about the case. Could you read this for me, Marky? That's right, it doesn't mention the lyrics. Well, what? What is this all about? I'm sorry, Marky. You couldn't have read about the lyrics in a Borginian newspaper. I mean, about the lyrics and knowing what the lyrics are a bit different, surely. But okay, if we're playing a little bit loose with the wording. Oh, there are a lot of those light bulb images there. What does this mean? But I don't see how it's possible. Ah, I know. You must have heard the lyrics when the police were doing their questioning. Yes. Not possible. The subject of the lyrics was not brought up in police questioning. I read the full report myself. So, the lyrics weren't in the newspaper and the police didn't mention them. The only place you could have heard them was in this courtroom. In English, no less. The witness will explain himself. Like he says. Yes. It is true I read the newspaper, but this is not where I learned of the lyrics. I was mistaken. Now I remember. You remember? He says he heard of the lyrics from me. What? Is this true, Lamora? Yes, I'm afraid I had forgotten it myself. Then it looks like Fred's been jumping to conclusions again. It seems so, yes. No. I was onto something, I know it, I can't let the chance slip away. Time is an issue today. Mr. Justice, are you finished with the cross-examination? What are you going to do, Apollo? I'm going to keep on cross-examining. I better have an angle of attack, or else. Fair enough. My brace is still reacting. I'm only going to play these games on stream because I find them a lot more fun to do the voices and everything. Your Honor, please allow me to continue. If you must, you must. Very well, a witness. I understand. Exactly how much did you explain to Marky? Ah, this is a question for me, yes. Yes? This interpretation thing is getting old fast. I told him that Mr. Latusa had been killed, and why he was a suspect. And I told him the crimes of the day followed my song. Did you mention any particular words of the song relating to the case, such as heart? So this was after it would have been done anyway. Yes, of course I explained this. He was quite surprised. Yeah, I knew he was innocent. I believe he is too, Tracy, I do. Okay, that's the same thing he was saying before. So this, I'll try and do this again because it's there. Hang on, can I see from her face? I can. Let's hear it again. Gotcha. She swallowed again. Lemura, I'm currently cross-examining Marky. Why should you be uncertain? Me? Uncertain? Yes, you swallowed the very moment you told the court. It was I who explained. I see, there is little point in trying to hide anything from you. Yeah, exactly. Just tell the damn truth. Lemura, are you indeed protecting someone? That is not a question with a simple answer. To tell the truth, I do not believe it myself. Then allow me to answer for you. Lemura, you're protecting Marky. Lemura, you're protecting Marky. That's why you lied and told us that you had explained how the crime followed the song. I don't fault you for trying to help, but this is not the way. Marky, I believe you didn't do it, really. I trust you. But you've lied to us twice. And now you have Lemura lying on your behalf. If this is going to work, you have to trust me too. Your two lies cover a simple truth. You understand English, you have to. Ah! Witness, is this true? Do you understand English? Yeah, yes. A little only. What? I knew it. I think I was saying about it before, like he lied about being blind and he can see. Of course he could lie about speaking and understanding English. First he could see, now he can talk. And you did not know about this, Lemura? No, I did not. It is quite a surprise. How many secrets is this witness hiding? Last. This is last. Marky, could you tell us what really happened? No shooting. I did no shooting. So you weren't in the dressing room when I heard those two gunshots, right? Correct? Apparently, the answer to that question isn't simple either. I was in dressing room, behind desk, manager, he on floor. Which would be after the shooting, right? Then there was voice. Voice or voices? Was it you and Ema, Apollo? So when Marky went into the dressing room, Mr. Latouche had already been shot. And then we came to the door. Panel high up. I take off. Run away, run away! So it was you who escaped through that air vent. As the prosecution has upheld all along, no less. The defendant has admitted to being at the scene. Might we take this as a confession? No, he's clearly denied that he did it. I know shooting. Manager on floor, already on floor. The victim had already been shot, you say? I find that hard to believe. The defendant understood the song lyrics. He was at the scene of the crime. This can only mean one thing. He is the shooter. Does the defendant have anything to say to this? He's climbed up, Apollo. Then let's ask Mr. Justice, will you require any further testimony from the witness? Is that it? Is there nothing else I can get him to testify about? Wait. No, of course there is. What is this cocoon, anyway? The cocoon, the silk, is a potent cure. A cure? Well, Marky, are you a smuggler? He won't tell me. The cocoon has to have something to do with this. Marky, please tell us the truth for your own sake. No, no more speak, not to any of you. So much for your precious trust, Alfred. Hey, you're the one who didn't believe him. Regardless, this brings us to an impasse. It does seem that the defense and the defendant are at odds. I doubt we are likely to learn anything more of value should this continue. I see no further course but to declare a 5-minute recess. The defense will work things out with the defendant so that we might proceed. It's 23 minutes past 11 on the 10th of July, District Court, Defendant Lobby number 2. Apollo Eustace. Less justice. Better learn how to say it if you ever want to get some. Believe, I know shooting. Mikey claims Mr. Latouche was already down on the ground when he entered the room. Maybe it was a trap and he walked right into it. Suddenly, I hear a revolver. Close, very close. And then I hear a voice. You heard gunshots? Yes, it's true. I hear a revolver, but only sound. Wait, you're saying you went into the dressing room and found Mr. Latouche already dead and then you heard shots? If that's true... So, you were at the scene of the crime when you heard those shots? And you escaped through the air vent? I know. What do you know? I know if I opening vent, I can leave stage and backstage. So the vents went both to the stage and the backstage area? Is that what he means? Hey, he's right. Hey, he's right, look, Apollo. Huh? Yeah. But how did you know it was connected like that? Wait, I bet his father was the architect that designed the hall or something. I hear this from Magician. Magician? Don't look at me. Magician, huh? Well, at least we're clear on one thing. Marky didn't shoot Mr. Latouche. Yeah, but what does that leave us with? We're supposed to say he went into the room to find the body and then he heard the shots? That one's going to go over well in court, not. Apollo, you're his defense. You're supposed to believe whatever he says, even lies. That's what Daddy always told me. I just pretend you misheard him every time. So, what do we do? You sure you won't testify, Marky? Hey, no talking, no. Well, it was worth a shot. Like cocoon. I can't go home. Can't go home? I can't go home to Virginia. I do not want to go home. The penalty for taking a cocoon from Virginia is death. That's right, it's punishable by death. Of course, he's scared. Oh, well, I guess we just have to try a different approach. That's the spirit, Apollo. So, what's your plan? If Marky won't testify about it, we'll have to get someone else to testify. Someone else? I think we're out of time. Let's get back in there. Right. "28 past 11 on the 10th of July. Court is now back in session. Mr. Justice, have you sorted things out with the defendant?" "Yes, Your Honor, we had a good talk." Very well. So will he testify?" "Your Honor, the defendant will not testify." "What?" "Shame. And here I thought this was your big chance to turn the case around." "Actually, it is. The defense would like to approach this case from a different angle, Your Honor." "A different angle?" "If Marky won't testify, then I know who will. I would like to cross-examine the witness in this case, Lamora." Lamora? "What are you up to now? I thought we determined yesterday that Lamora's testimony was insubstantial. There's nothing you can. Lamora was taken to the hospital yesterday with injuries." "What happened?" "She was assaulted, Your Honor." "Assaulted?" "Someone wanted Lamora dead. Thankfully, she was able to save herself." "What?" "I've no such report." Prosecutor Gavin: "Why would anyone be able to kill Lamora?" "Can you think of a reason?" Well, think of how she's known in our country. A singer from overseas who doesn't speak English, yes? If someone tried to keep her mouth shut, who could that have been?" "You don't think?" "I do. It was the same person who shot Mr. Latouche. The killer was afraid of her, afraid of what she might say. The defense believes that something was hidden in her testimony yesterday. Something that the killer doesn't want getting out." "So, am I to understand that this is what you are saying? Namely, that there is a nugget of truth in Lamora's testimony? A nugget that we have yet to uncover?" "Exactly." "If Lamora was attacked, this has serious implications." "Very well. There were some vague points in her testimony during yesterday's trial. Perhaps we did not inquire as deeply as we might have interested. The court will hear Lamora's testimony once more." "Lamora, I must apologize. We must ask you to stand again and speak." "You need not apologize. I know that Marky is innocent, and I will do all that I can until the court realizes this." Let's review your testimony from yesterday. You told us you heard 2 gunshots and the shooter's voice through the window, and that the voice belonged to Darian Crescent, yes? That is correct. At which point I proved she could not be correct. She couldn't have heard any of those things. The small window as the scene was closed, and was found to be quite soundproof. You have nothing to say to that, Mr. Justice? I don't know exactly what yet, but I do know there's something. There is, it seems, much you do not know. And yet it is my duty to hear him out. Perhaps the witness would be so kind as to testify once more to the court. Of course, Your Honor. What I heard. I was on my way from the stage to the backstage exit. That's when I heard them, Mr. Latouche and the detective. I heard the faint sound of a gunshot and stopped. Then I heard another gunshot. There was the smell of gunpowder. I knew I must tell someone, but I was in a hurry, so I kept moving past the small window. Pretty much the same as yesterday's testimony. Pardon me. I am sorry. I'm not used to speaking much in this language. Perhaps my descriptions are lacking in some way. Yet, everything I've said here is the truth. Then it is my distinct displeasure to say this. What you have said to have happened is impossible. Do I have to repeat myself? Lemuel was attacked because of this testimony. What? Trucy? Apollo, you know, for a moment there, you're pretty cool. Maybe you do better when I don't try to think ahead. Very well, Mr. Justice. Perhaps you can coolly cross-examine the witness. Be back in a minute. I need to go to the toilet. Hey. What are you doing tonight? Wanna play some Phoenix Wright and chill?
It is luscious.
The leaf!
Apples and ashes, fresh honey and bone dust. You ache for another.
Surely I'm the majestic human specimen that you are following. Somehow all that stuff is just sitting here. That was good timing. Yes! Yes! It was just those bullets! Yes! Yes! Oh, interesting. Because remember, I have this too. I have the E. We are the Ewoks. where the spirits from the forest meet, where the Ewoks, where the spirits from the forest meet. We are brave, we are bold, like our storytellers told that. We're strong, and we will fight, and we'll stand up for our right. Alrighty then. I will upgrade this a bit. That is 18 bullets. It is very good. Reload speed is helpful. And I can get far easily. When I return the freaking memories of the times when the game won't jump, want to tell it to jump, and then it freaking resets me every single time. Come on!
He is coming.
Shepard, how are you?
Cover
I've
your
spent
butt.
much
You are innocent. That is probably a terrible rendition of it, but there you go. You made me sing your comment. Because you want it that way. So you can clip it. Go ranks. That's the whole point of it being a stream, and on Twitch as well, especially it allows people to clip it. Suck to have to restart all over again. Ha! He did a spinny! How fabulous! My sweetie pie princess! You can do watch my performance today? Os Patron Club Henry 2022 Quiddy we Eolin and Ret Buozem Quim Zwalten Japini Rog. That just sounds like Simlish, dude. It sounds like But yeah, maybe X-Wing Alliance, or I'll start with the X-Wing series or something like that. Sounds good. But for now, thank you guys for watching. Hope you enjoyed it. I'm making sure I get my good beauty sleep of my lovely face. Why am I making myself be memed even more? Oh, I feel.
Glad you could join our fate. I'm General Farvin.
Okay, you know what, I'll run that now, sure. Because I forgot to click the add button before. When I was on the break part that nothing's happening anyway much. Alright, what I heard. Is something wrong? I know I said hold it, but she's saying the same thing she said before. Mr. Justice? Sorry, it's nothing. Please continue with testimony. I don't know what they mean about the reckless youth of these days. The fun in red over there is a shining example, Herr Judge. You're the last person who will be pointing fingers, Mr. Rockstar. The stage is the backstage exit, which could be... not this one. But in the vents. And I heard them. Alright, press. Darian Crescend. I didn't know his name at the time. But yes, it was him, the one who took the stand yesterday. How many times do I need to remind you? That's impossible. There's no way you could have heard him. Because the window at the scene was closed? Is that why? Of course. Apollo, if we keep asking the same questions as yesterday, we won't get anywhere. Look, we gotta explore every single option. He's right, maybe there's a different angle can try. Did you hear anything else? Did you happen to hear anything else at the time, that time? Anything else? Anything else besides the victim and the shooter's conversation? Anything at all? That's quite a vague question. Other than the conversation, I heard a clock ticking, the two men breathing, footsteps. That is all. Nothing was there, as suspected. I was hoping for a little more than that. No, that's perfect. Because that means the band wasn't playing at the time and the PA wasn't blaring. Perhaps we should just carry on with the cross-examination. As you wish. So it has to be in that one. So we'll get the same stuff before and I'll try the other option when it gets to the options. What were they talking about? Lemuel, do you by any chance remember what they were saying to each other? If so, please tell us. I've given it much reflection, but I was afraid of this. She doesn't remember. I only heard one phrase clearly. A whole phrase? You can remember some things that was said? Why didn't you say anything yesterday? Though my memory is clear, I was afraid to speak. You see, I do not understand what was said. This could be it, the clue I've been waiting for. But, well, what did he say? It was the other man speaking, not Mr. Latouche. The shooter then, Darian Crescent. What did he say? It's over. Press the switch. Now. Oh. So Darian was somehow involved in the Interpol investigation. Maybe. Hello, Lock-On. How are you doing today? To say you're back. You've been saying that a couple of times recently in Discord. I mean, I play whichever games come up a bit. This is kind of retro other than they've remastered the trilogy. I've done some retro games, but I also kind of feel like a lot of retro games would be like, they would take a stream anyway, so if I was going to play them, I'd play them. Rather than making it a specific day. I think that's been suggested before by Lock-On actually saying I'll do a retro game. But I mean, Pokemon would be retro if I do that. So that would be a thing. Switch. And the shooter said this to the victim, Mr. Latouche. I thought it was quite strange myself afterwards. No, this isn't, but the original Apollo Justice game came out on the DS, which would be considered retro now. And this is a remastered version of the first Apollo Justice game. Actually, I think all of this in this trilogy came out on the DS. And this is just a newer way to play them. Because I think I even got the ROMs for them at one point. We have a squiz. Is the first Apollo Justice in there? I can have a look. Because it wasn't the 3DS. The 3DS was a bit later. But if we go... Ace Attorney Investigations Miles Edgeworth just came out with the collection. Yeah. This was on the DS. The original game for this was on the DS. This obviously is revamped. And it's a newer release. But yeah. This was originally released on the Nintendo DS. So I guess it's got that retro aspect to it. It's a bit like the Dark Forces remaster has that retro aspect to it where they would keep some of the original design and stuff, but then they've upscaled the models and everything. So while the remaster game technically wouldn't be retro, I would still sort of count it because it's in that retro style. It was a great game. But yeah, there's a kind of a fine line there. So what would you count as a retro game? Because I've got a few on my list that I've wanted to play for a bit that I'll get to when I get to. I need to unplug some hard drives because things are finished copying. I just sorting out a couple of things. But while you're having to think, I'll roll this cable up. Because I'm open to suggestions. I've got some of the older Quantic Dream games. And I could play games on emulator, but I kind of want to play games that I've actually paid for first. And there's not a good way to play, like, if I'm playing a Game Boy game, there isn't a good way to stream it straight from the Game Boy type thing or straight from the DS. So, all of that. I don't think my DS Lite is here anyway. It's up in my parents' place. Maybe I could bring them down next time I do a trip up. See what happens. Okay, I was wondering if you had any suggestions on what you thought was a good game. More than anything. Yeah, alright. It is a mystery. What could it possibly mean? Mr. Justice, care to shed some light on this? I mean, sure, I'd be delighted. It's very, very vital. Maybe we could add that to the testimony. Maybe, Apollo? So, I want to press it just to see what more dialogue we get. And it was Detective Darian Crescen's voice? Yes, I'm sure of it. It's over. Press the switch. Why would he say that to Mr. Latouche? Apollo! The murder weapon, the revolver was Mr. Latouche's, right? Yeah, what of it? Well, maybe when he said press the switch, he really meant to say pull the trigger? Because his English isn't so good? Darian Crescent is a native speaker. Right. Sorry, I kind of forgot he was what. Press the switch. That's not something the killer usually says to their victim, is it? Was there no one else in the room? I do not know. All I have was Mr. Latouche and the detective. Yeah, no, we'll just present it. Yeah, there is an issue. While they're good companions and you can treat them as like part of the family, you don't treat them the same as humans. It's disappointing to hear. Press the switch. There's only one key that can unlock the mystery of those words. Oh. Yet there was nothing as a scene which could be called a switch saves the lights. True, but there wasn't a switch. There wasn't a switch at the scene. But it just so happens I have a switch right here. That certainly doesn't look like a switch, doesn't it? The problem is, this was found not at the scene of the crime, but on the stage. The stage? Where the concert was held, yes. This was found hidden there. On the stage. Are you claiming that the voice I heard was of someone commanding another to press the switch? It's a possibility.
Objection!
Yeah, obviously. Oh, if I could, I'd call that an impossibility. Why? It's hardly necessary for me to remind the court of the layout of the concert forum. The stage is quite far from Lemura's dressing room. Not to mention that the governors were in the middle of a concert on said stage. We aren't known for being a quiet band. You could shout all you wanted and not be heard. The detective's voice was loud, but certainly not a shout. So, too, have ferocious cries of possibility fallen far short of being heard? Sorry, but he wouldn't have needed to shout. Excuse me? You heard what I said, or do you need me to shout it out for you? It would have been quite simple to be heard on the stage from that dressing room. Oh, wait, you like evidence, don't you? How about this? Using this, it will be easier to get a message to someone on stage from the dressing room. The dropped innies. Prosecutor Gavin, perhaps you're familiar with this? Why that's... What is it? Is that some newfangled phone they invented while I wasn't looking? Come on, Judge. So with the phase 0, I interpreted that to mean that like I summoned for the time and then put back in the same time period. But then they don't have the memory of when they were summoned previous times, like they sort of go back to how they were and they get summoned from that point in time again. But I also haven't seen much other Fate stuff to know if that's confirmed. If it's like, oh, she had information that she could have told Emir, but then she didn't. I thought 0 was a prequel to Stay Night. Bloody multiverses. See, this is the problem, Lock-On. This is the problem when you don't have a single continuity, is you're like, oh, they aren't connected. And it's like, well, I was watching it. That's why I'm not as into Fate. Like, clearly it was meant to be connected. That's a opinion, isn't it? Not an actual part of the law. Anyway, going on a tangent. I might play Fate Stay Night at one point. Who knows? Newfangled phone. This is the type of transmitter, communications device. Communications device? From what I've heard that night, everyone on stage was wearing one of these. Isn't that right, Prosecutor Gavin? Ah, yes. Actually, it was therefore talking between band members. We all had fun on. So you admit that if you were wearing one of these, talking from the backstage to the stage would be simple. True, but wait, they'll send out an electronic signal. To avoid interference with the audio systems, as their range is quite limited. Remember I said it was about 30 feet, right? Which, if I remember, was about 9 meters. Let me double check. Hey, 9.144 meters. Let's go. Remembered. Look at this cross-section diagram of the concert forum. Ah, exactly. The walk from the stage to the backstage stage seems far, but the direct distance is less than 30 feet. That can't be. So, when Lemura heard the shooter's voice, he could have been talking to someone on stage. Ha! You're claiming this is the switch in question? Why did it have to be on the stage at the time? It could be placed in a pocket and carried anywhere where someone could have hid it on the stage after the fact. Hey, he's got a point. How do we know where it was when she heard the voice? When the shooter said, press the switch? Well, I guess we don't. An unfortunate situation. I'm afraid that until we know where this switch was, there's little point in debating it. I was sure this was the way to go with this. It is! Bro, you know where the switch was. It was found in the piano, so it must have been on stage. Maybe Darian chucked it when he got his timing off, which we found very early on with the other crew. What is this switch, anyway? We don't even know that basic fact. Wait a second. I do know what this switch is. And if you follow that train of logic to its incredible conclusion, it ends up in proof that completely changes this case. What's up, Apollo? Apollo? I do remember you mentioning it's controversial, yeah. We know about this switch, right? We know what it is. Yeah? Well, think of when it was used that day. Think of what happened. Well, Mr. Justice, if you have no further information to check concerning the switch, Your Honor. Yes, Mr. Justice. I've been remiss in not telling the court this before. I know what this switch is. Well, it seems the defense is set upon linking this switch to the case. Let's see your evidence of the link. What evidence do you have to explain what this switch is? The igniter. Prosecutor Gavin, you remember this? That's that. That what? Is it another one of those newfangled phones? Yes, Judge, it is. This is an igniter. What phone looks like this? Igniter? You mean it's like a lighter? Yes, actually. You aren't saying this switch is a remote? I am. This is the remote trigger for an igniter. What? Look, I'll show you. Yo! Mr. Justice, you'll cease and desist from burning down this courtroom. Sorry, that was a bit more fire than I'd expected. If my whiskers are caught on fire. Prosecutor Gavin, let me repeat myself. This switch is a remote igniter trigger. Doesn't that suggest something to you? You're talking about what happened to me, aren't you? Ah! Exactly. That night at the concert, there was one unusual burst of flame. When your guitar caught on fire in the middle of your performance. Wasn't that part of the stage show, though? Prosecutor Gavin was entirely unaware such a thing had been planned. And the guitar that burned was a valuable keepsake. That's right. He got it in Virginia from Lemura. He said the sound was amazing. Before it burned, of course. Now it just kind of smokes. The better the guitar, the brighter it burns. Oh, fuck it. Yes? Don't tell me you're trying to tie these two things together. Those being the shooter's voice heard by Lemmerer, and the guitar suddenly catching on fire. I am. It's really simple when you think about it. Mr. Latouche and the shooter were at the crime scene. The shooter was wearing a headset. He ordered someone on stage to press the switch. The switch was pressed and the guitar caught fire. Well, that does seem to make sense. Though something about it is bugging me. Can't quite put my finger on it. I've sort of ignored chat for a minute because it's going in a completely different tangent to what I'm doing, so I'll lose track of what I'm thinking of. But yeah. I think we've talked about that before, lock on. Or in other ways of saying things. Really? It seems pretty simple to me. Yeah, fuck it. And don't describe what little respect I have for you. I was expecting something a little more sensible. I guess I was wrong. What's this all about, Prosecutor Gavin? His simple story simply makes no sense. Sink! That night my guitar caught fire, yes. The cause may have been this, indeed. However, the guitar caught fire during the second set. Ah, that's right, of course. The guitar caught fire during the second... Hang on, I didn't catch the exact wording. The guitar caught fire during Lemmerer's song, yeah. Indeed, and yet the shooting happened during the third set. The two are utterly unrelated. Yes, that must have been what was bugging me. The whole premise for this is faulty. See? His story makes no sense. Are you sure about that? Judge being like, oh yeah, I just caught up in the hype. What exactly do you mean, Mr. Justice? Maybe it's not the premise of my explanation of the switch that's at fault. Maybe it's our premise for the entire case so far. What premise is this specifically? I'm glad you asked. I'm saying that maybe the killing didn't take place in the third act. Was this? I was ready for that. Autopsy report, 9 and 9:30. When was the third act? I'm sure they'll go through it. But Detective Imaskai heard shots and found the body. All of this happened in the third act. Gunshots rang out, and according to his testimony, Mikey was in the dressing room at the time. Where are you going with this, Mr. Justice? Say with me, Your Honor. Because I said this in his testimony, namely that the victim had already been shot. We all heard gunshots, but no one saw the shooting. This is insane. Just before that shooting took place, the shooter was heard on his headset, telling someone to press the switch. The next moment, Prosecutor Gavin's guitar burst into flame. We know that a remote triggered igniter was inside the guitar. From all these facts, we can draw only one conclusion. The crime did not take place during the third act, but during the ballad performance, the second act. What? It took a while to bleed out, hey, if we were in there in the third act and found him and then he died. Order. But that goes against the evidence. What does, Your Honor? This crime was carried out according to the lyrics of the song, yes? Hey, he's right, look. The bullet is supposed to come after the fire. Thinking about it the wrong way. Huh? Look, why would the shooter craft the events of the day to follow the lyrics anyway? It's an awful lot of trouble to go through, with little merit for the person doing it. Well, I'm sure whoever it was had some reason. Yes, they did. A reason that made it advantageous to follow the lyrics. You're saying the order was reversed on purpose? Reversed, Prosecutor Gavin? If the criminal follows the lyrics strictly, then yes. The shooting would have come after the guitar burst into flame. Yet, her forehead has raised another possibility. He's claiming that the bullet came not after, but just before the fire. Couldn't have put it better myself. We were only meant to think that the shooting came after the guitar burst into flame. That was the criminal's objective. The crime followed the lyrics to a point, but that was the ruse. Why else would the killer risk discovery by moving the body? That was the final touch to make us think he'd followed the lyrics the whole way. Order, order, order! That would explain this most unusual situation. It does. The killer changed the order of events to create himself an alibi. In other words, the killer was someone who had an alibi for the third set, but not the second. Damn, I'm yawning. I was hoping it wouldn't come to this, but sadly it has. Let me tell you why your little fairy tale makes no sense at all. Oh, it sounds good. I'll give you that. You've given us a reason of why the killer bothered following the lyrics of my song. But I question your logic, for it's flawed from the very beginning. Flawed? Yes, a contradiction, Hereford. One I've pointed out several times, no less. At the time of the crimes, the small window at the scene was closed. How could Lemura have heard a voice through it? Oh. I know that you would like to divert our attention from this critical fact, but you're basing your entire line of reasoning on a false premise. Right. Lemura's testimony is my entire case. That voice she heard, the shooter's voice. What if she couldn't hear it, Apollo? Look, what do we have? A man saying, press the switch. And near the crime scene we have a switch, which acts as a remote trigger for an igniter. And last but not least, Prosecutor Gavin's flaming guitar. It can't all be coincidence, but how do I make it work? I see a more direct line of questioning is required. When the crime scene was investigated immediately after the crime, as that window was closed. But there would have been time between the second and the start of the third act where it could have been closed. Care to tell us how Lemura heard the voice? A key point to be sure. Mr. Justice, can you explain this to the court? Okay, Justice, you've got one thing to prove, and it's one thing only. Lemra heard a voice, and she heard it during the second set. Think, how was Lemra able to hear the voice? And the window was open, or she was somewhere else. I'm gonna save it just in case we have to go through dialogue again. Too much. I'm gonna say, because we have evidence at the brooch, that I remember it being that she ducked her head in and then out, that she heard the voice. She was somewhere else. When we investigated the scene, the window was closed. The shooter had no reason to close it had it been open either. Meaning, it was impossible to hear the voice through that window. Ah, it's good to hear you making sense again. For a moment, I was afraid you might be a Borginian too. As I was saying, Namura could not hear the voice through that window. So there can only be one explanation. She heard the voice from another location entirely. What's this? Ha ha ha! You do amuse me so. And here I thought you and a good sense were back on speaking terms. Now I'm afraid you and good sense speak two entirely different languages. Shall I interpret for you, Alfred? Nemara clearly stated she heard the voice through that small window. And there's only one small window as the scene. Are you sure? Think about it. Isn't there another small window at the scene? There is? Ah, I know that. Look, he wants to ask you. Very well, you claim that I heard the voice from another location. Mr. Justice, show us where this location was. I heard the voice from here. The vents? Oh, I can go here too. Where the brooch was. I feel like going to where the brooch was. Anything can be a window in our society. Okay. Vents then. Okay, apparently not that either. The PA system of okay, let's save some time. We have to go through some of this anyway. I'm not sure where he means is a small window in that room. I do like how it goes back to the same thing we were looking at when we were in there though. It reuses that scene. So my next guess will be through one of the windows, the mirrors. You're the corrective, Revan, let's go! And look, dude. I don't know what small window Apollo's meaning. Do we just point out the brooch? Oh well, we might as well try it. A new case on the right. Okay, hang on. I didn't notice a new case on the right. That's the one they talked about that was closed. That's the one that's a small window that is, we have to find the other small window. But sure, I'll humor you. Why yes, that is a small window. As this changes vote. Bruh, I thought that was the small window that they meant the entire time. The hell? What other window were they talking about before then? Was I overthinking it? Because they clearly showed in some of the other visuals and everything that that was the window that they thought she was looking through before, and then that was the one they were saying was closed so she couldn't hear stuff. It just changes VOT. Not much, I know. I couldn't find anything better, so... The court applauds your honesty, and we've saw a case, Mr. Justice. Ah, exactly. You're not the only one crying here. Apollo, think it through again. I know, I'm trying. Lemora claims she had the voice through a small window. And if the small window we know about was closed, there's only one other thing she could have meant. Okay, yes. Yes, so that I was on the right track. But there was unique dialogue. I still say she's venting, she's sus. But, fine, what about this? Don't care if I save scum. That saves time. Look, maybe the other vent. Come on. What if I just go to the brooch? Apparently not. Because I thought, oh, the vents could work like a window. Okay, do the bigger vent. Bruh, really? But it was the vent on the left, not the right. This is where Lemora heard that voice from. But that's no small window, that's the air vent! It was the vents! But I was trying to click the vents that were over the top of the body rather than the one further away, I guess. What did she tell us? She said she's a Borginian, unfamiliar with our language. It's not a stretch to imagine she called this air vent a small window. Plus, you know, she's blind. Could be a window for all she knows. No, you've done it. You've gone beyond ridiculous and into ludicrous. To ludicrous speed. So Lemmerov was up in the ventilation system listening to this man's voice? That's the only logical explanation, yes. Logical? I do not think this verb means what you think it means, for it. Princess Bride reference right there. Okay, what about it isn't logical? Ah! It hardly merits saying. Why would Lamera be in the ventilation system? Hiding like a rat. No offense intended to her, of course. The explanation for that is simple, Prosecutor Captain. Isn't it a Lamera? You have been listening to our discussion here, yes? Yes. I admit it's had me quite confused since yesterday. Yes, the small window was closed. But why should that mean I could not hear through it? I feared our prosecutor might himself need an interpreter. The problem here is words. Lamera, this small window through which you heard the voice, was it up high on the ceiling of the room, not low on the wall? Yes, it was up on the ceiling. What? I like how it's got the guitar sound effect. Order, order, I will have order. Witness, you will clarify this statement to the court. Are you in fact saying that you were up above the ceiling of the room? And that's where you heard the moment of the crime? Yes, in fact, I was. I'm sorry, I never imagined it would become such an important point. Yes, well, why the heck were you up there? I believe it's time for another testimony. She is blind, I know. I'm not sure I can't. She's sus, she's a sussy barker. May I remind you, this is a murder trial. We will heed your testimony. Tell us why you witnessed the crime from above the ceiling of that room. Please. Well, looks like I'm on the right track. No. She's probably... Oh, wow, that's a pretty good visual. She's all sus mode here. No, she probably didn't kill him. I'm sus on the magician still. This guy. He's got the most motive for killing her. And he was already mentioned by Tracy to have been in prison and then escaped it. Yes, I was above the ceiling when I heard the voice. I heard there was a small window there before. It was in the middle of my performance. I had no time to report what I had heard. As to why I was there, I cannot say. I'm bound to secrecy on this matter. Because the trick was the same as bloomin' Genshin Impact Fontaine storyline, where she went under the stage and underneath up to the other platform. The difference is that in this she went through the vents like Among Us instead of being a whole contraption underneath like in Genshin Impact. So this probably inspired Genshin Impact story because this came out first originally. But bound to secrecy. In my line of work, one has many obligations to uphold. But you see, you're in the middle of your performance. So this did happen during the second set. I did not witness the crime, you must understand. I only know what I heard. Yes, but you must tell us what you were doing, in detail. That's what the cross-examination is for, yeah, for it. Our mission in this court is to discern the truth. No obligation, no binding pact may hinder that mission. Very well. Mr. Justice, you may begin the cross-examination. What are you gonna do, Apollo? I'm gonna find out the truth. She was up above that ceiling for a reason, I just have to get it out of her. He's not a very good defense attorney if he picks apart a testimony that will work in his favor, but okay. Above the ceiling, could you be more specific? I cannot. Because you're bound to secrecy? Yes. To tell the truth, I was not supposed to even say I was above the ceiling. I dare not say any more. I dare not say more. Doesn't sound like I'll be able to coax it out of her just by asking. I do miss presenting profiles. Like, I could present the magician's profile to her bound to secrecy thing, and that could have been a thing, but now I guess we have to just go with the evidence list type thing. Unless I ask for a person. Why a small window? You mean the air vent? I only remembered I need to be careful of where I put my hands and feet. I cannot see the light coming through the window, of course. The air vent could trip you up, certainly. So I was walking very carefully when I heard the gunshots. Startled, I crashed and listened. That's when I heard his voice coming from the room. Darian's voice. I knew something terrible had happened, yet... So, without a word, you just let the third set start. After the curtain closed for the second set, there was still much to do. You could have prevented this whole misunderstanding if you had only told us sooner. Yes, perhaps I could have. I see a little point in badgering the fitness. What's done is done. The mind works differently when one is in the middle of a performance. Why, I've lost my voice in the middle of a show and kept on singing, completely unaware. Singing without a voice? If only all contradictions were so obvious. I only could get Lemorale to talk, pressing her like this doesn't seem to be getting me anywhere. I got that, but I'm pressing each of them anyway. You heard the gunshots during the second set, during your performance. You're quite sure? Yes, why would I lie about the time? Why didn't you tell us this yesterday? No one asked me. See, simple. No one asked her. Yeah, where is Detective Gumshoe? I'm missing Gumshoe as well. I hope he comes back at one point. Like, maybe he's missing from this, like, first game in the trilogy, but hopefully he comes back in some of the next ones. I thought you all knew. I told you Marky was not the killer. I told you this many times. Yes, you did. But you never told us why. I'm sorry. I was not able to speak of it. Unable or unwilling? She's not talking, Apollo. What do we do? We'll just have to prove it ourselves. As long as she's bound by the pact of silence, she won't talk. But if I can prove why she was up there, she'll have to admit it. How are you gonna do that? She was sitting on the stage, Apollo. She couldn't have been up above the ceiling too. I mean, technically the stage is above the ceiling of those rooms, but sure, yes she could. I've got a theory as to why too, and maybe I've got the evidence to prove it. Just press her on everything and then do another round. Exactly who bound you to secrecy? I'm not sure I'm allowed to say who it was. No, I think perhaps it is alright. That is alright. It is just a name after all. It was Valent Gramarye. Perhaps you know him? Valent Gramarye. What? You mean Uncle Valent? What? Violent Grammary? Who's Violent Grammary? A Grand Magician. The one responsible for the illusion performed during our concert. Interesting reaction, Prosecutor Gavin. Lamora was bound to secrecy. It's going to take some hard-hitting proof to make her talk. I think I know why she was up there, but how to prove it? So, we've got the tape of the performance. Which, it's probably this section, right? That 3D imaging. I wish this was actual fast forward and not just skip a section. Give us Franziska, I know. Man, I grew to love so many of the characters in the original games. Yeah, it's this section, okay. I think this would be the reason why. Lemural, truth be told, the reason for your presence above that ceiling is quite clear. Yeah, whip. Especially when you consider what happened during your performance. What happened? Yes, it's all right here on this video. Exactly the part I was pointing out. They really do love showing off these 3D images. Although this one is a lot better than the ones from the previous cases at the moment that just had like a very basic white 3D models. Or off-white ones. As we can see, Lemura was clearly not on stage for her entire performance. Ah. Though it saddens me to be so realistic, Lemura is incapable of actually vanishing, let alone teleportation. So the only explanation is that she was hidden from view, and during that time she moved to the back of the forum. Apollo! Well, what, Trucy? It's not nice to reveal a magician's secrets, and it's against the rules! Well, too bad. This is a court of law, where we have the rule to find the truth, and to cross-examine the witness, and to get the information out of her. But I'm a lawyer, I'm not supposed to be nice. Yes, it's all very fascinating. But how is it possible? There's only 20 seconds between when she appears, disappears, and reappears. She couldn't have moved that fast. Is something wrong, Prosecutor Gavin? This was his concert, his show. He knows how the illusion was performed. Aha! He's just realizing his own oversight. Let's look at the cross-section diagram again. Here we can trace a route through the ceiling. It goes from the stage through the backstage to the rear of the forum. Recall Lemura's testimony from yesterday. I think I watched a few episodes of the anime, but not the full thing. I feel like this is more interactive and fun. Oh, that's a whole ass thing. Yeah, Breaking the Magician's Code playlist. The DVDs and those Trucy. Shh, don't tell her about them. She'll try and burn every copy. There was something like a little window there. That's how I saw it. She went from the stage to the backstage exit. A perfect description of this route above the ceiling. Lemora knew of this because of her part in the illusion. And she wasn't the only one who knew. What? Just now in the lobby, Marky told me something. Maybe. I should have time, but I'm probably gonna react. There's a couple to react to. Although some of them are for the Star Wars Monday night. Yeah, I mean, I guess. If you pick out one to add onto the list. I know if I opening vent, I can leave stage and backstage. He said that? Oh, were you not informed, Prosecutor Gavin, of the thing that was during the recess that you wouldn't have been able to hear? I knew about the Vanishing Act, of course. Yet I had no idea of the route that would be used. Why didn't that magician tell me? Magicians only reveal details of their acts on a need-to-know basis. They're the bread and butter of a magician's life, you know. Which is why he bound Lemora to secrecy. Well, Lemora, I am impressed, Mr. Attorney. Marky was right about you. So, what does this mean? Are you saying you use this route above the ceiling? I did. Well, that's that, but I'm still a little confused. Why is that, Your Honor? As I said before. There was very little time between when she disappeared and when she reappeared. 20 seconds, tops. I'll need to look at the history. 20 seconds, tops. How could she do it so fast? Especially if she stopped to hear the shooter's voice. That's a good question. Oh wait, did you mean if I watched the Fate anime? Because I was thinking about the anime for Ace Attorney, which follows some of the first games. Because I was actually going off of the context of what I'm doing on stream rather than the side character. And yeah, actually following, that was some of the, yeah, Gumshoes are definitely up there. What would be the top cop character for you, Joey, then? Out of the original trilogy, I guess we'd say, because that's that. Yeah, I'm a bit confused now. You mentioned the Fate anime after the bloomin'. Anyway. That's a good question. Can the witness explain this to the court? I cannot. Very well, Mr. Justice. Yes? It's all up to you. Do your thing. What thing, Your Honor? You need to explain how Lemora was able to teleport like she did. Or I'm throwing your case out with the bathwater. That wasn't Lemora on stage at the start. Or at least not for the whole time. Why do I get picked on? This Lemora isn't going along with the program here. As I've stated before, I'm not at liberty to speak of the illusion that night in detail. Then you just have to tell us what you can. I'm gonna watch this again, hang on. So that looks... Hang on a minute. Do you notice In the very start here, she's on stilts. It's a puppet. She's got legs coming out of the body. Okay, that's alright then. Dude, why would you call him 2610? He's lock on. He's lock. See, it's hard to tell the context when it's the chat going and then there's been discussion of other times and then now it's back to whatever fate discussion you're having on the side. That's why I responded to it, because I actually like interacting with the chat usually. It could be a magician. A magician's apprentice. Just tell us what you can. We'll hear your testimony on this. Mr. Justice, it will be your job to wring the truth out of her. Yes, if you would, please. Right. I feel like a student before finals. Good luck, Apollo. I followed the route exactly as I was instructed. There is an emergency exit in the backstage, where a stagehand waited. From there, one can enter the forum on the opposite side of the stage. The plan was for me to move there in 2 minutes. I was on my way when I heard the voice. Judge Chan! 2 minutes you say, the mystery deepens. Hey, J-Land. No, it doesn't. It shows it was a reply, but not to the correct thing, because if you looked at the context of the message that you replied to, it was a maybe I could react to one episode, and that was one episode from this playlist that he linked just before. It wasn't talking about the Fate anime. So therefore, even though it said it was a reply to another message, then it was in not the right context to understand what you were talking about. I can see that it replied, but that's where I got confused, I think, is because it was replying to the incorrect message, and so it didn't have the correct context for what you were asking. I don't know if I get in duty if I watch the whole ass episode on stream of an anime. 2 minutes you say, the mystery deepens. I suppose it was too much to hope that the judge would come up with something. As does my curiosity. Take it away, Mr. Justice. Right, Your Honor. All I have to do is find the contradiction between what Lamora is saying and what we can see plainly in the video. I figured it out already. I am a magician after all. Well, tell me. Not a chance. I can't reveal another magician's secrets. Come on. Hey, I'm supposed to be on my side here. The big illusion. How did you proceed along this route? How? Why, I walked. But you arrived behind the forum much too fast to have been walking. Tell the truth, Lamora. You rode some kind of vehicle. What? A vehicle? What vehicle? In the Fontaine story quest, spoilers if you haven't played it, they bloomin' lower him into a box and they cart him along and then have him come up on the other side as a trick. Ah, what a novel idea. I like it. Hey, that's not a bad guess. Wrong, but not bad. Haha, yes, laugh at the dumb attorney. I don't mind. We've had a couple of good quotes this time too about being a lawyer. Apparently, lawyer isn't supposed to be nice. Ah, sorry, but the girl is right. That vent was much too small for vehicles. It was a tight fit. Even I had to crouch as I walked. I cannot imagine a vehicle would fit in such a small space. If it wasn't a vehicle, what was it?
You have been gone for a while then, Mr. Justice.
Too bad.
Ready for the next part?
Why do I feel like I'm on some kind of quiz show? Who wants to be a millionaire? If you can guess the magician's trick correctly, you'll win $1 million. Did everyone on the concert staff know about the trick? Not all, only a few that were needed to help. See, like I said, it's on a need-to-know basis. See, not many people knew about the trick.
What were these strange hands required to do?
I needed to open the emergency exit. The door to the stairs is locked, but once through there... So when you came back out, you were behind the audience. Yes, that is how it worked. Not a bad show, if I do say so myself. That's Uncle Vellum for you, the old grammary touch.
But on the video, you're only gone for 20 seconds. How is that possible?
That's the part I don't get either. Ahaha. Yes, it would be hard to go so far in only 20 seconds. Two minutes? Yes, it can be done in 1 minute if you're running. Final form Paimon. Running in that cramped dark tunnel above the ceiling. Haha, Mr. Attorney, have you forgotten? Dark or lit, it makes no difference to me. That's true, but...
So, you're saying that on the night of the concert you made the trip in 2 minutes?
Yes, although I nearly didn't make it in time. You see, I stopped halfway. Lamara disappears on video for 20 seconds. But she says she made the trip in 2 minutes. How? If you want my professional opinion, I'll bet the answer's right there in that video. It is.
Well, Mr. Justice, perhaps you have some evidence for us? Something that can explain the discrepancy between the video and a testimony?
Evidence explaining the discrepancy? Yes. I was just showing it before, but I'm gonna save it just in case there's something a little bit different. There's one piece of evidence that explains the discrepancy between video and testimony.
Aha, so this is it, the magical key to unlocking the illusion's dark secret? Tell us how it works. Quickly, I can't bear the suspense.
I was kind of hoping someone else would jump in at this point. Well, you see... Oh, Judge, I do hate to spoil the mood. But I haven't the faintest idea of what he's talking about, and neither does he. I'm a little confused too there, Apollo. Right, by which I conclude that I was wrong. Better learn next time, Pollywog! Oh! Do you guys know about gollywogs? Hang on, let me see if I can Google search them. Yeah, there's a wiki about it. So, this is an interesting piece of history. I don't know if it was anywhere else in the world. Apparently it was in the US, South Africa and Australia. But we had them here, my parents have talked about them. This was a kid's toy called a gollywog. That just reminded me about it because my mum has talked about a gollywog before. A portmanteau of golly and pollywog. Which pollywog is the bloomin'... It's a common frog. It's a larval stage in the biological cycle of an amphibian, which I also forgot that was called that. And called pollywog, so that's a closer relation. But that's interesting. So... my brain went to gollywogs. But they, yeah, they were quite controversial because, I mean, look at it. can understand why it's controversial. It's like if you got a Mr. Popo doll or something. But it's before that, probably. We're an Apollo Justice Ace Attorney with Pollywog. Reminding me of Gollywogs, and then going around to the state of and Frog's growth. So Mr. Justice, money responsible for spoiling my mood. Okay, well, is that a tear I just saw in the judge's eye? Alright, nothing to do to rethink this through. The key's in the video somewhere, I'm sure of it. I know! That's why I presented the damn video, but then it didn't lemon work. Because you can clearly see the stilts or whatever coming out of this doll or whatever in this shot. But I can't present a particular part of it, so I have to present something else. At least that's fan art, that's not official. Whereas that was its own thing, it was an official doll. Do I need to put the video on a different part? Oh, that's the wrong save. Hang on. The Big Illusion, that was it. Evidence explaining the discrepancy. No, I was fine because I remembered to save. We'd have to sit through dialogue again and I wouldn't be saying it again. A Switch Pro controller. I tried one in the shop because I have some on display to try, and I feel like they're not worth how much they cost. Oh, that's the one I think of as a Switch Pro controller. Is it the brooch? That was it. Lamora, do you happen to remember this brooch? It must have fallen through the vent. Aha, the brooch. We saw that yesterday, did we not? It was found at the scene, Your Honor. And you're bringing this up now, why? All three companies. Oh, neat. I just end up using the Joy-Con still, but if I want to play on like the controller thing, I just slide them into the holder thing to make them more like a controller. And I find that if I change it to like the feel of the Pro Controller in the shop, it's just as good or better because I don't have to pay extra money for it. I saw V had already determined when Zap was dropped. So did I, but we hadn't. Take another look at the video. Oh, I was pointing to the stilts and that this Lamora was a puppet instead of looking at the brooch. I don't need more controllers, I can just use the Joy-Cons, it's fine. Here you can see she's wearing the brooch. So she is. Let's look a bit later. Oh, you have one of the not so good, like the Switch Lite. Is that the one where the controllers don't come off the side? Hang on, I'm getting distracted. Yeah, it's the one where they don't have the controls that slide out of the side, so you can't put them in the holder thing. What? The brooch, it's gone. What? Yes. The brooch disappeared in a short space of 20 seconds, and it takes a full minute to run from the stage to the backstage. Which means there can only be one explanation. The Lamora we see before the vanishing act and the Lamora we see after are two different people! Or one's a puppet. What? The brooch was found on the floor of the crime scene. And not just on the floor, but on the floor directly beneath the air vent. I did think it was like forward a little bit, but I don't know how far the vent goes. Lamora, tell me, did you drop the brooch on your way from the stage to the backstage? At the very moment you witnessed the crime? Yes, I think I did. Order, prosecutor Governor. From your expression, I guess you had no idea this was the case, Herr Judge. I, of course, knew about it. What? Don't get me wrong. I wasn't hiding it. It just never occurred to me. There's a switch. And the shooting took place at the same time. So I was right, there was a switch. There was. Just before the stage's towers, Lamora was replaced. While we're on the subject, just who was this replacement Lamora? Why, the man behind the illusion of Valant Gamery. Okay. So he has an alibi. Damn it. I thought it was him. I really thought it was him for ages there. It was Grammary. That's quite the illusion, but I still don't get one thing. Yes? The switch happened before the tower rose, correct? So you weren't on the stage. That's right. But this fake Lamora is still singing, and she's pretty good. That's true. Come on, Apollo, that's an easy one. They were just playing a recording. The Governors aren't some kind of air guitar band, Fräulein. Oh, you mean I'm wrong? When we play you live, we play live, no recordings. Perhaps you can explain, Lamora. Very well. Yes. Do tell and add to your testimony. Had to keep singing even while I moved. You were singing? Yes. Mr. Gavin expressed a dislike for recordings, so I used this. Wait, so you were singing the whole time? Even when you were crawling above the ceiling toward the backstage? Why should it matter where I sing when everywhere I go is the same darkness? Clever, yeah. I mean, he has a solid alibi though through the whole thing because he was on stage in the first, second, and third acts. Or do you mean that the other guy, Darian? Which is seeming to point to now, especially because he's involved with some of the Interpol stuff. He is guitarist for the Governors. He's leader vocalist, but he also plays the guitar. That's why I mix him up, I think. Yeah, this guy, Darian. But if you were singing while you were walking... That's right. Wasn't the shooter and victim have heard? She was singing right over their heads after all. That is right. Are you sure? You'd have to be pretty hard of hearing to miss someone singing in the ceiling. Once again, if we come back to the state of the scene of the crime. What state? Okay, I know what he means. That old speaker, Apollo. Yep. The speaker? Come on, get with it, Apollo. That speaker was blaring at the time of the murder. That's for monitoring the stage from this room. Monitoring? It pipes in a real-time feed from the stage microphones. Useful for knowing when your set is coming up. Satisfied? That dressing room was fitted with a large speaker playing a direct feed from the stage. But there would have been realistically, there would have been a slight delay between when she's saying and when it's sent to stage and then when it feeds back down to the speakers. That's my request, actually. So Lemra singing in the ceiling. Kind of just like Lemra singing over the speaker. Ingenious! Her voice was hidden by her voice. No, we haven't cross-examined him yet. That is a good point. Lemra, I've just remembered something. Do tell. When I heard the noise, the gunshots, yes. It startled me, so I stopped singing. What? I forgot the words I was supposed to sing. The song stopped? Thankfully, it was the very beginning of the second verse, so not many would notice. Okay. So it's pleasure, pleasure. Right? Let's have a see if we can pick that out. So sugar, sugar, how I love you. Uh-huh. So then there should be... She says one pleasure. Oh, that's a cool detail. The lyrics have pleasure, pleasure, but she says one pleasure. Oh, gotcha. Fuckhead, it's that mixing board I lent you. Where is it? The mixing? Huh? The machine, Apollo. The one that breaks music into tracks. Oh, this. I'd completely forgotten about it. Oh, come on, Apollo. Let's take a listen. I can't adjust it yet. No, we could tell from the lyrics. And it works, still. The song does stop there. It does, I must have missed it. Look at the lyrics sheet, at the top of the second verse. See where it says, pleasure, pleasure? Now listen again. Oh my goodness. I already figured it out. The singer is Lamura, the Middle Eastern looking chick. Whereas the prosecutor is also the lead vocalist and guitarist that's also on the right doing the show with her. He's the lead vocalist of the band, but then they had the guest Lamura come in to sing, so he did the guitar. This is evidence indeed. I believe we are guilty of making a terrible mistake. The crime didn't happen during the third set. It happened during the second, during Lamura's ballad. If that is true, then no one on stage during the second set could have been the shooter. Which means that Darian Crescent could have done it. He wasn't on stage for the second set. I like how his finger click is in time with the music. Yeah, finally. Sometimes it's like you figured it out and it's like, okay, how are you gonna get there, Apollo? Well, Prosecutor Gavin, fascinating. I don't believe I've ever seen a trial turned around quite so thoroughly. Yet one problem remains. What's that, Prosecutor Gavin? Our theory does have a certain kind of logic to it. Yet it is entirely based upon Namara's testimony. Yes, is there a problem with this? Well, it's quite simple, though it pains me to say it. What if she is lying to protect the defendant? Right, you have no proof. All I'm saying is that the truth is as yet unclear, until we hear directly from the man himself. The man? You don't mean? Finally, yes, we're gonna talk to Darian. Yes. Though he is a friend and band member, Darian Crescent must take the stand. I see no other way. As someone with a new perspective on the case? As a suspect, to be frank. Finally, the rat's coming out of his hole. And I'm ready to catch him. Darian Crescent, get ready for justice. This is as good a time as any to pause for a brief recess. The prosecution will summon the witness. I'll have him here and ready by the time we begin. I'm the last man who needs to be reminded of what his duties are. Very well, court is adjourned for a 15-minute recess. To be continued. I feel like they should have given that window thing to me, even though I clicked one of the other vents. But oh well, let's continue. 20 to 2 in the afternoon. It's the 10th of July. Apollo, I can't believe it! It really happened during the second act. And right in the middle of Lamura's performance. The reason why she was in that air vent, and that switch, and the flaming guitar. When you link it all together, that's what you end up with. I knew you had what it took. Hey, there we go! Oh, Daddy! Mr. Wright, you believed in me? Not really. Huh? I just thought that'd make a cooler entrance and say, hiya. Why do I even bother hoping? Where have you been lately, Daddy? You haven't been coming to the office at all. Ah, sorry about that, Trucy. I'm on a secret mission. Secret? You mean like you're undercover? Like Mr. Latouche, only shorter and not as well dressed. Oh no, what if you're shot too, Daddy? Would I do a thing like that to you? Anyway, I'm off for a while again. Huh? You're leaving? Oh, one thing before I go. What? Good luck. Right. Is that what you came to say? I think you have things pretty much under control. You'll get Marky Tobey off the hook, no doubt. Yeah, but... Hobo Nix really just comes in to say hello. But you're after that detective, aren't you? Darian Crescent. It won't be easy proving he did it. Especially not under the current court system. Oh. What if Phoenix is gonna just do his secret mission is an upheaval of the whole damn court system? And then the next 2 games or whatever we play as Phoenix trying to overturn the 3-day court system. The current court system? What did Prosecutor Gavin say during the trial? Your case is based on one fragile assumption. Namely, that Hadiva Divine is telling the truth. But what about all the proof? The brooch and the switch? A piece of jewelry and a lyrical blunder. There are plenty of other ways to explain these things. The flaming guitar, too. All because you lack definitive proof of their connection to the case. But if the sultry songstress is lying, damn, get in the way with words, Phoenix. Your case melts like butter in a frying pan, leaving behind the faintly singed scent of failure. So what do I do? Like I said, good luck. And be aware that it will be impossible to prove his guilt by conventional methods. I see we have a bit of a jaded Phoenix here, with Hobo Nix coming in and being like, apparently he was disbarred for forging evidence, but there was probably a case where it's like there's no other way, but you know that the defendant's innocent. Or not guilty, I guess, as it normally goes. Nah. Oh, that reminds me, I have something to give you from a detective friend. Detective Sky? Ema? Let's see. This bag of snacks here was meant for me. Ah, he's got snackoos as well. Ah, here it is. What are those, Daddy? They don't look like very good snacking material. They were found at the scene. Analysis of the fragments revealed traces of gunpowder. Gunpowder? Probably a firecracker or something similar, like the ones kids are into these days. These fragments were found under the sofa at the scene of the crime, actually. Under the sofa? Hey, Apollo! That's where we found that little device thingy! Right, this. Oh, finally, some evidence that makes sense. That's all from me, I suppose. See you after the verdict. Maybe. Alright, so let's... So, you think this was some kind of firecracker? Yeah, one of those noisemakers like a shit off on New Year's. Did you know that in China they use firecrackers on New Year's to scare off evil? It's kind of the same thing. Really? I had no idea.
Well, did you know this? It takes more than 500 peanuts to make one 12-ounce jar of peanut butter. I had to take a moment. So how many? That's 340 grams. At least my useless fact had something to do with the evidence. Okay, there's nothing else here. Okay. Right. Every man has an igniter inside him. Excuse me? Find Darian Christine's igniter and set it off. And he walked out the door just like a magician, normally. Oh, what does he want us to do? No conventional methods? What does that mean? I guess we just have to take his advice and hope it makes sense when the time comes. I guess. We're almost at the finish line. Hang in there, Trucy. The 10th of July, 5 to 1 in the afternoon. Let's go. Court is now back in session. Prosecutor Gavin, where is Detective Cress? In the fitness lounge, ready to be called on at any time. Very well. Might I add, I don't believe any of this. Darian was the first detective I ever worked with. We stopped working together when he moved to Criminal Affairs Division 3. But his guitar playing, it fires my imagination. Oh, imagine if Gumshoe became a part of the band. That would be hilarious. That's nice, but it has nothing to do with the matter at hand. Correct? Oh, I know. Yeah, fuck it. Very well. Call the final witness to the stand. Detective Darian Crescent. Here we go, final witness. Name and occupation, please. Darian Crescent, Detective Criminal Affairs, Division 3. That's the International Affairs Division for any of you who didn't know. And I'm a guitarist for the Governors. Maybe you've heard of us? Do you fully understand the circumstances under which you stand before us today? Oh yeah, it's the guy with the Josuke hair. Yeah, I understand, Your Honor. What I don't understand is how you let this happen, partner. So Josuke hair mixed with the spikiness at the back. You gave me your word I wouldn't be standing here. The situation's changed, Darian, and don't call me partner. Fair. So much for old friends. I see what you're doing, Darian. You're pressing the prosecution. Your Honor, if we could begin the trial? Yes, it's high time we did. Let's hear your testimony. You may begin with your response to Lamourin's testimony. If, in fact, you have anything to say about it. Oh, I got plenty to say. No, it must be a national pastime in Virginia. And wherever you're from, Mr. Justice. Ha! Conventional methods are out the window, huh? Here goes nothing. The diva's lying, plain and simple. She's got nothing to back up her story. In the first place, she never heard my voice. She forgot the words because she heard the gunshots. As if. Didn't Detective Amos Guy hear those gunshots during the third set anyway? The shooting took place when I was on stage, man. Firecrackers. The firecrackers sounded like shots, and that's what we heard. Amos Guy and Apollo. So you claim Lemurow's testimony was a lie. Hey, don't get me wrong, I dig what she's doing, trying to protect that kid. She's got the court eating vague statements out of her hand just because she's blind. You've got too far, Darian. Look, all I'm saying is, you've got a reliable witness. Why not listen to the detective? Detective Sky? I see. Mr. Justice, you may begin the cross-examination. You didn't waste any time finding our weak spot. I can't do this with Lemurow's testimony alone. I'll have to find some other way to prove when the shooting took place. Alright. You don't have any proof she was lying. Oh yeah, kid, you saying I lied? No, I'm just saying, Apollo, glare back at him! I couldn't help but I flinched by reflex. Detective Crescent. Yeah, what do you want? Nothing. Apollo, chin up, back straight, you're wilting! This guy's hard as nails. It makes Wacky look downright cooperative. Look, there's no way the diva remembers my voice. You never talked to her even though you were playing in the same concert? Not a word, as far as I can recall. But weren't there planning sessions or something? Gavin took care of all that himself. Diane wasn't involved in any of the meetings with her. You can just go around remembering everyone's voice like that anyway. Only an idiot would believe that. Everyone's hearing is very sensitive. She could remember him if she heard him, I'm sure of it. I just can't prove it. And I need proof. We know she missed the words, and the mixing board proved it. Oh yeah, there was a mistake, but blaming it on gunshots is just a lame excuse. What do you mean? Mixing board proves what? It proves there was a mistake in the song, a miscue. So she just flubbed it up big time, that's all. She spins this story about a gunshot to protect the kid and cover for her own goof. Man, I'd have to hand it to her if she wasn't sticking it to me at the same time. Diane, watch what you say. Nagmara is an artist. She just flubbed it up. That's no small accusation for a performer of her caliber. She got to you, alright. I can see it in your eyes. I tell you, most of her stuff is so pretentious, it's way over my head. Directing a rift in the governor's ranks. Anyway, she's too close to the defendant. Her testimony can't be trusted. You ask me, I'd go with Detective Sky's story at the drop of a pick. Actually, I was there too. So I hear, which means you heard them too, right? The gunshots. Yes, we heard gunshots. Neither I nor Emma actually saw the shooting, mind you. I guess you and Lemura got the same excuse then. We know one thing for certain here. There were gunshot-like sounds that emanated from that room during the third set. What we must determine is whether those sounds were actually gunshots. Mikey heard them too. Remember he said he ran for the air duct when he heard them? So how do we figure out what those gunshots during the third set were? Firecrackers. They could have been what the shooter wanted us to think. I'll tell you what the shooter, that kid, wants you to think. He wants you to think the diva heard me in that room. I come back to relying on Lemura's testimony. As much as I'm enjoying the Dragon and Forehead show, as there's no need for such tempers. They make us into some comedy duo. This mean the Gavin and Darian show is cancelled? Neither of your claims can be proven or disproved. We could argue for days like this and get nowhere.
Prosecutor Gavin is quite right. This court will hear no further discussion on this topic without new facts.
New facts, huh? He's pretty eager to paint Limerick as a liar, isn't he? Yeah, because the testimony is basically our entire case. This is tough, so what do we do? I've got a few ideas. We need to find another way to prove it didn't happen when he says it did. It's the gunshots. So, to not go through all of the dialogue again, some things were found at the crime scene after yesterday's trial.
What things?
The first was this, a small device.
That's a remote trigger igniter.
Correct. And one more thing.
What are those? The remains of something burnt, not another guitar, I hope.
Traces of gunpowder were found on these fragments. We have a report that it was something like a firecracker. Eh? How did Gavin know about this? What, you think Detective Sky works for you? I received the report this morning before coming here. That's when I made my decision, actually.
What decision is this, Prosecutor Gavin?
I registered Darian as a witness in today's trial. Just in case. This raises another possibility. I know, they just forget about the guy until it's like, oh yeah, that dude. Those gunshot-like sounds during the third set could have been two firecrackers rigged to go off by remote control. Ha ha! Get a load of this guy. You got an active imagination, don't you? But you shouldn't say every little thing you think. The explanation there seems a bit too convenient for me. How so? So you're saying these firecrackers just happened to go off right when two witnesses came walking by? Ha! Oh no. We have Darian being out of timing because he pressed the button. Oh, it changed the piece of music. Oh, it changed the piece of music in here. But 100%. When we were playing the other part, he had a moment where he was out of timing with the drums, and I bet that was when he pressed the button to burn the firecrackers. That's right! Darian was out on stage when it happened, Apollo! How would he know someone was backstage right then? If a firecracker goes off in the forest and there's no one to hear, you get my drift? Why go through the trouble, man? How do I explain this? He may not look it, but Darian is a gifted detective. Show any weakness, and he's sure to find it. He may not look it, partner. Gee, thanks, man. That reminds me, I happened to pass through that very hallway several times that day myself, and I saw something odd just before the third set. Something odd? A headset, the kind all of the band and staff members were wearing. That's right. We picked this up in front of the door to their dressing room. What if that headset wasn't dropped but placed? And what if it was turned on? You could hear what was going on in that hallway. Thank you, Clavier. Even if you're out on stage. Fair. Whose side are you on, Gavin? Listen to me, Darian. There are no sides in a court of law. Which is why I now turn to you, Alfred. I have a question for you. Huh? For me? The ignitions of burn fragments that were found at the scene of the crime. It's certain a possibility that they were part of a ruse to fake the sound of a gunshots. So the headsets from the hallway into the mix and you could probably fabricate an alibi. But we're still not closer to proving anything. Those gunshots might have been real or fake. We can't say. You've raised the possibilities that the shots heard during the third set were faked. We need to prove the other half of the case. The other half? Look, I'll just tell him. I want you to prove the thing went down in the second act, while a little piano player was on stage. That right, Gavin? Indeed, if you can't prove that, then to continue this cross-examination will be pointless. Well, Mr. Justice, you proved the crime scene took place during the second set? Yeah, I think. You better know, Apollo, otherwise we're through. It can be proven. You make it sound like someone else is going to come along and do it for you. Let's continue with the cross-examination then, shall we? Witness your testimony if you would. This isn't going to be easy. I need some decisive proof and fast. You ready, kid? 'Cause I am. Oh, that was just one part of it? I thought he'd go through another testimony for a second lot. I wish there was a breakdown of the times when the sets were. Of course, time of death wouldn't help because that was when he actually died. And the gunshots heard during the third set could have been, what, some kind of setup? I've heard that one before. We need proof, Apollo. We need to prove that the shooting took place during the second set. Well, if you know how to do it, I'm all ears. Maybe the gunshots are the key after all. What do you mean? Well, Emma said she heard them, right? Right in the middle of her illusion when she was up above the ceiling. And she forgot the words of the song, yeah. Can you prove the gun was shot right when she missed those lyrics? My home free, I think. True, not easy, but true. Someone to prove that? Let's take a look through our evidence. Maybe there's something in there. Hey, aren't you supposed to be cross-examining me? Try to refrain from private discussions during cross-examination, Mr. Justice. Right, Your Honor. Sorry. Just let me take a quick look through the court record. It's pretty good to paint Lemuraz a liar, isn't he? Yeah, because her testimony is basically our entire case. So, Trucy is technically our employee because she owns a business. Phoenix been loopholing that hard. He gave the business to Trucy so that he wouldn't have responsibility. This is tough, so what do we do? I've got a few ideas. Okay. So is there a way to tell when the shots were fired? Maybe the lyrics. Oh, this is something different to say. There are 3 keys in such a key ring, and this guitar-shaped key was the key to a guitar case. Wasn't he saying he had to break his case because he couldn't get it unlocked? I could have unlocked like that in 10 seconds, easy. He should have given me a call. So I could have slapped handcuffs on you after you opened it. Handcuffs? 20 seconds, tops! I'm glad she's on my side. Not too helpful, though. I feel like we've used the video a lot, so it wouldn't be the video again. What if it's a switch? I have a feeling it's going to be the switch sent the signal separately for the guitar to the one under the lounge with the firecrackers. I'm going to try the guitar or the switch, so I'll try the guitar because I haven't used it yet. Okay, that's not it. The headset must have been metal with to only be listened to by one person. That's not it. Trying to think what would work. Oops, I pressed Q. Oh man, they're gonna go through a whole heap of text. Just press E. Okay. I can't change the piece in here, can I? No. Well, I'll just go through trial and error it. Alright, I'm safe scumming it, I don't care. I'm a bit stuck on which we're gonna say exactly how to go during the second set. Loss of blood. Okay, so it's not that. I'm saving time just loading. And so So it's something to do with the gunshots. But we can't really tell when the bullets were fired from the gun, could we? Again, man. Wait, are we just gonna present the same evidence again? Look, can you think of something then, Lock-On? I'm trying to think. Sometimes it don't work so good. So we're saying that the firecrackers at this point were used to sound like gunshots later on, and so the actual gunshots were early in the piece. Do we just present the scenario with the gunshot holes there? That wasn't it. The VHS has the performance, the mixer. Yeah, hang on, what's the logic there? We're trying to prove that the gunshots happened during the second set. The mixing board, hang on. Hold up. Oh, that must have been when the guitar went on fire. I was trying to think if anything would give it away, but that must have been the guitar on fire. I can't tell from that, because it seems weird to present the same proof of, oh, she skipped a word. Anyway, it seems like there was clear proof left behind. Right here in Lemura's song. Yeah, song? What exactly is this device thingy? A new variety of gramophone, perhaps? Come on, old man. Come on, we just use this and then get me started on gramophone. This device was used to record the performance part by part. Part? You move the sliders to adjust the volume. Each instrument is adjustable separately, and Lemura's voice included. Ho ho, but what does this prove? Think I get it now, the pleasure part, right? You should be able to hear the gunshots through a microphone. There's the logic. Okay. I got there. Eventually. Oh, but what does this prove? According to Lamra's testimony, at the moment of the shooting, she forgot the words to the song. Ah, you'll intend to examine the recording at that moment, yeah? No, you literally have to just drop everything else and listen to Ramara's feed right at the start of this part. That's a gunshot. We might even hear those gunshots. Exactly. Ha! Ridiculous. How are you supposed to hear gunshots back in that dressing room out on stage? Have you forgotten, Darian? We've all wearing these headsets. Oh. We were all deeply involved in our performance, but Lamara's headset would have picked up what she heard all the same. Well, let's get to analysing that recording. Right now. And Russell seen when she had the shots fired. Find that spot and I'll find the gunshots too. Your Honor, listen to this part.
What's this? I heard nothing. How is this possible?
Wait, isn't the judge hard of hearing?
I can hear just fine, thank you very much.
Ah, he heard me thinking.
So you were thinking on your face?
Our judge is hearing his side. I too heard nothing. Lead me to believe there's nothing to be heard. Ah, I have to press it in the middle of it. Okay, hang on. It's right there. I just bloomin'. It's. Oh my goodness. Judge! Bruh! It's right there. Like the first shot might be just before, I don't know. Oh my goodness! I did it right on the damn gunshot! Oh my god. It's right bloody there! Oh my goodness. Stupid! Why is it not accepting that? Oh, it was loading back here. Okay, one sec. I don't know why that isn't working. I'm gonna save it here. Because it's clearly... That's a gunshot. But I have no idea how to actually... Or do I need to make sure that it's clicked? Okay, I didn't have her vocals clicked when I presented it. Oh my goodness. I thought that it would work when I just had all the other faders down on that's all you could hear. Never mind. This is the track with Lamara's vocals. They are loving this 3D part though. I did hear something faintly there, yes. Why, it sounded like a gunshot. What? This has to be some kind of mistake. His hair flop. I believe a case has been made. Gunshots were heard during the second set, which means Lamara's testimony was true. Order. So, she was telling the truth about what she heard? It was the other man speaking, not Mr. Lettuce. Well, what did he say? It's over. Press the switch, now! Just after that, there was a gunshot, and then the guitar caught fire. Detective Callum, you weren't on stage during the second set. You could have done it. But why do we only hear one gunshot on the recording? Weren't 2 bullets fired from this weapon? Lamara was moving through the air vent, Your Honor. She must not have been close enough for her mark to catch the first shot. But then as she passed over the dressing room, the gun fired again, and Mr. Lettuce's life was taken. Well, Detective Crescent? Oh, Croissant. Once again, I am reminded of something. Our performance that day. Your performance? Seeing the mixing board jogged my memory. You were there too, Herr Foreign. What is this today? Problem after problem? My hog won't start. My guitar case is busted. My guitar's being burned to a crisp, and to top it all off, someone's dead. And then there was that performance just now. What was that all about? This part is off. Which part is that? Second guitar. It was you, Darian. I thought it strange at the time. How could you miss such a simple cue? I know you. I know how you play. You're better than that. Yeah, well, What? Prosecutor Gavin, what are you getting at? I'm talking about the murder weapon, Mr. Lettuce's 45 caliber hand cannon. Oh, so his shoulder was dislocated while he was playing. As we have learned, even the shooter doesn't go unscarred with a revolver of that size. The kickback is enough to dislocate your shoulder if you're an amateur. Wait. You mean his playing was affected because he hurt himself shooting that revolver? You're forgetting something. Yes, Detective Crescent. I am a trained police officer, you know. I've had firearms training. Plenty of it. I'm no amateur. The standard sidearm issued to police officers is a 38 caliber weapon. A much tamer beast. Also, the murder weapon belonged to the victim, Mr. Lettuce. which suggested that there was a struggle between killer and victim.
So, the killer might not have been holding the revolver correctly when he fired.
Plus, it could have been hurt a little bit in the commotion when they were fighting.
Is that what you mean?
This thought had occurred to me, yes.
Well, does the witness have anything to say about this? Detective Crest.
What I want to ask is what Mr. Sleeves rolled up ready for action has to say. Hey you, attorney.
Me?
Exactly which piece of your evidence is decisive again? Got a little noise on that tape, it could be anything. And you have an alleged guitar key miss to a 35 due to a 45 caliber kickback. I weep for this case, Gavin. I really do. Can line up your little weak pieces of evidence all you want. I didn't shoot that manager. And that's the obvious truth.
Witness has a point. The defense's arguments, while persuasive, are not decisive. I believe we should hear what the witness has to say in response to the case so far. Your testimony, please, Detective Preston. Tell us your reasons why you couldn't have done it.
Alrighty. Well, that's easy. You wanted the cure for incuritis. Come on, why would I even want to kill that manager? You want a reason? Easy, I've got no motive, man. This was that diva's first trip to this country, right? How could I possibly know her manager? If I didn't know him, why would I want to kill him? Okay, so we could probably do the last one.
A simple reason indeed. Prosecutor Gavin. Is it the case that Mr. Latouche had not been to our country before?
According to our records, yes, not even once.
I see, very well. Mr. Justice, you may begin the cross-examination.
Great, now I need to find a motive. No, I've got it. Easy. He wanted to cure incuritis. And he thought that the manager had it because he had the replica.
Objection!
Yeah, well. Your Honor, take a look at this.
What's that? Looks like candy.
It's not. Don't lick it, please. Detective Crescent, ever seen this? Looks like a piece of candy. What it is evidence. Don't lick it before you try it. Specifically, this is a replica of a cocoon. It was found among the victim's belongings.
A cocoon? Never seen one that color.
It is a variety only found in the Republic of Virginia. Nowhere else.
Alright, but what is this cocoon replica doing in my courtroom? Surely this has nothing to do with the motive for killing Mr. Latouche, does it?
It does. Wait, I think it does. You don't sound so confident, man.
A cocoon. Is it one of those silky cocoons? The kind that you can make, well, silk out of?
Not this one. This cocoon makes a powerful curative.
A curative? For what?
Apparently, it is most efficacious at treating a disease so incurable. It is the only medicine of its kind. However, it is illegal to take one of these healing cocoons out of Virginia.
Whatever for? If it's such a miracle cure, why not share it with the world?
Yeah, that's what I've been wondering. We looked into the matter at some length. Apparently, it isn't difficult at all to manufacture the remedy from the cocoon. Yet if you change the process only slightly, you can easily make a large quantity of something else entirely. A deadly poison, in fact. Ooh. Now that's what we like to see. That's the reason why it's not. What? There was an incident several years ago where some of these got out into the black market. It caused quite a commotion in the global community. Though the media was kept largely unaware. Intriguing. All this has led to a strict ban on the cocoon's export. One rigidly enforced by Interpol, among others. Interpol. Right. The victim, Romain Latouche, was an Interpol agent. Detective Crescent, you insist on referring to him as a manager, but that is misleading. Romain Latouche wasn't killed as a manager. He was killed as an undercover agent. So I was trying to smuggle this gumball into the country? That what you're trying to say? I'm saying that could well be a motive for murder. Oh, so I was going to sell it on the black market, make myself a pretty penny? No. The Chief Justice's son. Everything is connected. Otherwise it would not be mentioned throughout the case. Ridiculous. I mean, totally unthinkable. Unthinkable, you say? Why? Perhaps it is time for another testimony about the smuggling of cocoons business. Oh, you know, we gotta go straight to the heart of the matter. We know what's going on now. International Affairs got a memo about these cocoons. Interpol's all hot and bothered about them. Can't sell them on the black market, too dangerous. Yeah, cocoon smuggling ain't exactly lucrative anymore. Man, I'm in International Affairs, I know the deal. Indeed. Interpol wanted these cocoons bad enough to send Mr. Latouche undercover. You could think up the craziest things. No way am I gonna risk life and limb just to get my hands on some dirty cocoon money. Not the most noble of statements, but duly noted. According to reports, these cocoons top Interpol's list. Selling them to an underground organization would be risky. Very well, you may begin the close examination. This is the only motive I've got. He was up to something, and I'm gonna find out what. I feel I'm gonna have to press for this one. So we go into that memo. That's how you knew about the cocoons. Oh, nice one. I'm running scared now. Better know about the cocoons to plan this. Just how well known are these cocoons? I'm embarrassed to admit it, but I've never heard of them. Well, I'm around you about them, no, not their use. Market reports indicates that there are ongoing efforts to control information about the cocoons. Most people only know they're illegal to export, that's all. Then I've nothing to be embarrassed about after all. You could say people like me know about them are a minority, yeah. But that includes everyone in international affairs, man. And everyone in Interpol too, for that matter, yeah. So there are other Interpol agents like Mr. Latouche. All over the world, likely, deep undercover, mostly. That's why these cocoons are too hot for the black market. You don't want Interpol sniffing through your wares. Most came to the conclusion that... Okay. Dangerous. Yeah, Interpol finds you, they arrest you on the spot. Or another marketer might think you're part of a sting and take you out himself. Time to change. But wouldn't scarcity drive up prices? Yeah, and attention. Every gangster and his brother would want a piece of that action. They'd turn your forehead into Swiss cheese before you could say objection. Maybe if he could get them to cut his hair too. He's on trial here again? Man, you so obviously know nothing about the market. And that's a bad thing. Don't even try to mess with me about this stuff. which is why you know how to find a loophole in the system. Hey, you can say what you want about me, but back off with international affairs. There ain't no loopholes, okay? What do you think we are, Boy Scouts? That wasn't what I was trying to, down that in, is as you say. Is there are no loopholes, at least in the case of these cocoons. Internal affairs, Interpol and Borginian customs are all watching. See, we know what we're doing, not like some yipping little doggies that lap up every word that diva says. Why, I order. Order what? You want some of this? Chill, both of you. Let's do this cool, yeah? Screw cool, I wanted this guy's head on a stick. Replica has to be the key to his motive. There's got to be a way to find out what it was up to, okay? Press space, hang on. Callum sent one on the black market, 2 dungeons. I think that's the one to present it to, right? Aha. Why not choose a less dangerous buyer then? I would. How clueless are you? Everyone in the market's dangerous. The second they found out I was a cop, I could kiss my keys goodbye. Why sell to a black market buyer? How about someone like this? That article. That's about the Chief Justice's. A deadly poison can be extracted from the cocoon. Indeed. But so can a cure. And not a cure for just any disease. A cure for incuritis. It's hilarious, and that's the name of it. Incuritis? I've heard of that somewhere. You went to visit a victim of the disease this morning. Aha! Why, that's the disease the Chief Justice's son has. Once so. Our witness is a detective. He would have contact with the Chief Justice. You're saying... Buffoon! Buffoon indeed. There we go. The Chief Justice will never deal in contraband. Not even to save his own son's life. But even if the deal went through, why would it be an international scandal? Buffoon live indeed. That's Detective Crescent's insurance. If word ever got out, the one with his neck on the line would be the Chief Justice. Detective Crescent, is this true? First I'm a murderer, now I'm a smuggler? How many crimes are you trying to pin on me anyway? Distasteful as it is to think about, if the Chief Justice were the buyer. Why, a seller couldn't hope for a better deal. A very cowardly seller. Don't let sleeves over there trick you. So I made a deal with the Chief Justice. Where's your proof? Well... Oh yeah, and you're forgetting about the other important thing. Do tell. Interpol isn't the only ones out there watching this. Virginian Customs barely sleeps. They're so worried about cocoons getting out. So we were informed. Let's continue with the cross-examination. Let's press it first. Because how strict is this customs check? Way strict. They keep planes on the ground for hours. Don't recall it being a bit extreme. It's safe for even confiscating gumdrops and marshmallows. Yes, it would be hard to distinguish them. That's right, Gavin was in Virginia, wasn't he? I remember setting off the metal detectors several times. they're practically stripped naked to Volksu. Here's a travel tip for you, Gavin. Leave the bling at home, you glimmerous fop. We said it. Glimmerous fop. And then sentenced to death. But that's pretty extreme. Virginia as this rep is an idyllic, laid-back place. Truth is, they're beyond hardcore with security. The Republic of Virginia is a peaceful, pleasant country. So this level of security shows us how truly concerned they are about these cocoons. That's the situation. You're in a position to know quite a bit about smuggling. Yeah, I need to know a bit for work, sure. Not all we get are reports on the failed smuggling ops. Not exactly something you want to go copying. But if you want, I can tell you a few of them. Maybe you'll succeed and get rich. But aren't they just guidelines of what not to do? I will be interested in hearing, purely from a legal perspective, of course. I wait for our judicial system. The replica has to be the key to his motive. There's got to be a way to find out what he was up to yet. Okay. I'll save it here so I don't have to go through stuff again. What am I looking at here then? A way to smuggle the cocoons. He got the sample through. Okay. It's not that. Because I was thinking if everything and everyone gets checked. I mean, sure he was with Interpol, but the replica would have gotten picked up. Yeah, that'd be it. Right. Okay, I think that's not gonna work. Yeah, they would make the medicine and not export the materials, right? So then they could only make the medicine and have a monopoly over it. How his guitar got transported, it wasn't checked. I mean, Virginia might do it afterwards. Once the public's like, oh wait, we need to cure incuritis, and now we're going to attack Virginia, or you're going to sell us the cure. Actually, there is one way. What? One way to get something out of the country, no checks. What is it? You become a prosecutor. A prosecutor? Clavier's gonna get in trouble. I don't believe it. The lump that he was sent was the actual cocoon. rather than the replica. Believe it, Prosecutor Gavin. What was it that you told me yesterday at your office? It was a beautiful instrument. It was played lovingly for many years. A guitar befitting a woman like Lemera. And there's the lump that he was sent. How did it end up here? I mentioned how much I enjoyed playing it that night, and she made a present of it. So this guitar is from Virginia? That it is. We couldn't carry it on the plane. Changes in air pressure and humidity ruins the wood. So we vacuum packed it in Lemera's studio. I use a special shipping service available to me for transporting evidence. They brought it right up to my office for me. Pristine and untouched. Did I get that right, Prosecutor Gavin? Untouched? Quite. The guitar was wrapped in several sheets and vacuum packed in Virginia. The pack was untouched until the day of the concert. Are you saying that guitar was... With cocoons this small, it would have been very easy to use your guitar as a mule to smuggle a cocoon out of Virginia? Let's go. What? Yeah, good luck with that. Yeah. Which reminds me, Prosecutor Gavin, that guitar had some work done on it recently, right? Work? A good memory, Hellfire. Well, you know, guitars have a round hole in the front. It is called the sound hole. Well, they found something attached to the wood just inside the hole. A broken device of some sort. A broken device? Yes, this in fact. That explains why his keys were stolen, because they thought that the cocoon was still in the guitar. Hype Beats Justice remix time, let's go! An igniter. Exactly. Consider this, if you will. What if that igniter wasn't the only thing that was attached inside your guitar? You mean? He means this, of course. There was a way to get a cocoon out of the country. They could use picky Prosecutor Gavin's privileged guitar as a mule. Oh no, we went from Trucy's panties to international cocoon smuggling. What a change in things. Oh, I missed that. And who better to do that than someone with access, like a member of the band? Yo! Look at his hair flopping. Order, order, order! So the igniter was placed in there for a clear reason, it seems. It was a safety precaution. A precaution? I forgot. At last it all comes together. Every strange thing that happened that day. Care to review? Maestro. The gentle sounds of Lemera's blowout, if you please. First, my keys were stolen, a harmless misdemeanor, which forced me to break the lock on my guitar case. The key was stolen to retrieve the cocoon from the guitar. I see. But things didn't go so well. The smuggler wasn't counting on the guitar being wrapped. Only a member of the band could get near that case. Unwrapping the guitar would raise too many suspicions. Both the defense attorney and the prosecutor are witnesses in this case. Apollo's a closer witness because he directly heard what we've now worked out to be firecrackers and then actually was the only one there when we witnessed the guy bleed to death. What the hell is this legal system? Yeah. I think that's why Phoenix earlier was saying that it's blocked. Well, this legal system's not great. Then the concert began. Right about this time. It's very similar to the Chinese bug medicine, other than they smuggled it in the people, didn't they? They didn't smuggle it in specially sealed prosecutors stuff. A very large problem presented itself to the smuggler. What's that? Mr. Latouche. Oh. Yeah. I was sort of smuggling in bugs. Whereas I would say that the magic trick is 100% what inspired the part in the Fontaine story quest in Genshin Impact. Because he literally did the same sort of trick with going under the stage, going along and popping up behind the crowd. Main medicine too, yeah, Chinese medicine with bugs. Mr. Latouche, an undercover agent, was onto something. He would have known about the guitar. He'd only have to check the shipping records. So, Mr. Latouche tried to examine the guitar for himself. If the cocoon were confiscated then, the gig would be up. The only thing left for the smuggler to do was to get rid of the whole lot. It's over, press the switch, now! The guitar burst into flames and the cocoon was lost. And then Mr. Latouche died. With Lamarade there to witness it. There's your case. Brilliant, man! Detective Crescent. I gotta know, you make all that up on the fly? For a made-up story, it makes a great deal of sense, Darian. The Republic of Borginia. Sorry, man, but I haven't even been there. True, you haven't. Ha, let's see you make up a story for that, kid. How'd I hide the cocoon in the first place, huh? It's not so hard to imagine. You had help, a Borginian accomplice. That's all. That you had an accomplice was clear from the start. The voice line I heard proves it. It's over, press the switch, now. And the switch was in the piano. You made this transmission from backstage. While your co-conspirator was on stage. Because Marky still was smuggling the cocoon. We did know about that a bit. But who was it? This is it, the coup de grace. And for once I know what I'm doing. There's only one person who could have helped him. Let's hear what Mr. Justice has to say then. But warned, with great exaggeration comes great responsibility. Thank you, Uncle Ben. Make up your answer on the fly, as it were, and you'll be harshly penalized. Are you ready, Mr. Justice? Who was the smuggler's accomplice? This is a case to disprove him of the murder of Mr. Latouche, not to disprove him of being a smuggler. There's only one person who meets all the requirements of the accomplice, and that person is the defendant, Maki Tabay. But Mr. Justice, he's your client. A defense attorney accusing his client? That's a new one. I assure you, no one is more unhappy about this than I. But I'm here to defend him in the murder of Mr. Latouche, and I stand by my statement earlier that he is innocent of that particular crime. Yep, I knew it. Indeed, the defendant is Borginian. He doesn't meet the basic requirements to be the accomplice. But what if it was, in fact, Lamora? It couldn't have been. Well, you seem sure of yourself. The reason is electronic signals, Your Honor. Electronic signals? Recall that this remote only works in a range of 9.144 meters or 30 feet. Beyond that, it's useless. Yes, that's true. Now, think back to the testimony. When the shooter made his transmission, Lamora was in the air vent, right above the dressing room where the shooter stood. Let's look at the stage diagram. This is the area that the remote could reach from the air vent. Well, looking at this, it seems that Lamora still could have done the deed. No. When the shooter made that transmission, the stage was slightly different than shown here. It was in the middle of the guitar's serenade. Part of the stage was raised. Prosecutor Gavin and the Lamora stand-in were in the air. They were on a tower which happens to be 15 feet tall. Or that'd be about 4.5 meters then. A little bit over. In other words, the remote couldn't have worked from Lamora's position in the air vent. Got him. Oh. Well, Detective Crescent, what do you say to that? Your Honor? Yes, Detective. Could we see the video where Gavin's guitar burns? Just one more time. Because we want to show off our 3D cutscene that we spent so much time on in this game. Well, I don't see why not. Well, what? Don't tell me he has a way out of this. There was a flicker. Oh, that could be light. Yeah, magician man. Ah ha 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 ha! Too bad, so sad, punk. But punk? First you were slaves, then kid, now punk? You're losing rank fast, Apollo. What exactly are we supposed to see in this video? The problem isn't what we see, correct, Daniel? Right. It's what you hear. We are musicians, after all. Care to explain for us non-musicians? Sure thing, punk. Let me get your yarn straight first. You're saying I ordered the wee pianist to... You're saying I ordered the wee pianist to set off that igniter? Is he supposed to be Scottish or Irish? Scottish. You're saying I ordered the wee pianist to set off that igniter? That right? Yeah. Yes. Well, in order to do that, he'd have to press a switch. Am I right? Okay. Well, take another listen. Pay attention to the piano. Piano. Yeah. Let me suss this out. I would say that there are enough times where it sounds like he's only playing with a single hand where he could have pressed the switch. if he had it in a prime position and then put it back onto the keyboard. What seems to be the problem there? The piano sounded just fine. And that's the problem. Man, you still don't get it. Yeah, how's he supposed to hit the switch if he's playing? You've got Miss Diva, the guitar, the bass, the piano, and the drums. The only one with her hands free was the Diva. Lemora. But according to you, she couldn't have been the accomplice, could she? Your accomplice would have had a hard time helping out if they couldn't even press a switch. But that piano was sus, remember? They love this 3D animation they made. They're playing it so many times. The piano plays non-stop, but he does have one hand off the keys and he's only playing with one hand for some parts of it. If he did it quickly, he could have pressed the switch. He couldn't have pressed that switch. No, Apollo. Well, Mr. Justice, the piano does seem to be playing when the guitar catches fire. Well, it's okay, we all make mistakes sometimes. The other theory is that he plays a particular chord that hits the switch because it was inside the piano. Apollo, were you wrong? I can't be wrong. Everything makes perfect sense. How could it all just need a bit more water? I'll be back in a moment. Yeah. Which I'm pretty sure it'll be sus in something else, if not this case. He'll be back. Strange. What's strange? No, it's just something's odd about the performance there. Odd. Mr. Justice, if Market Bay didn't press the switch, then it could not be the accomplice you claim he is. But everything points to it. Every fact says he's the accomplice. You got the facts wrong, man. Here are some facts for you. Gavin's guitar is on fire, but the pianist didn't press that switch. In other words, your story is full of holes. Mr. Justice, I see your final opinion on this matter. Was the defendant Mikey Obey the accomplice? Your answer reflect on everything you've said here. Give it some thought. Apollo, Mikey's not the accomplice. Then the whole case is ruined. I know that. It has to be him. He was the only one who could have helped the smuggler. He had to have pressed the switch. Well, if you better find a way to prove it. What do I do? What do I do? Has to be something that doesn't fit. Something odd. Something odd. Wait a second. What? You thought of something? What was Gavin saying just now? Strange. What's strange? There's just something's odd about the performance there. Okay. I'm pretty sure he would have hit particular keys to hit the switch then. Okay, listen from the start. Yeah, there's a moment right there where there's no music played. Like his hands went off the keys and then they went back quickly. It's not much to go on, but it's all I've got. What exactly did he hear that was odd? Have you come up with something, Mr. Justice? May I remind you that something rests on this? Improve market by press this switch. I'm gonna save it so we don't have to go through all the dialogue again. Let's hear your final answer. Can you prove the market by press that switch? I can prove it. I don't know if you call this proof per se, but I can prove it was possible. Then, as prosecutor, it falls to me to ask you to show us evidence supporting this. Alfred, are you sure about this? Ha! Accepted. There's no evidence, man. Let's see your evidence, Mr. Justice. On what do you base your claim the defendant pressed that switch? Take that! The basis for my claim is music, Your Honor. Music? What about music? Let's listen to the piano part around the time when the switch was to be pressed. Right before the guitar burst into flame. I hear a piano being played. But doesn't it sound kind of simple? I knew it! From the start! He was playing it with one hand so his other hand could hit the switch! Let's go! Simple? Ah, I think I know what he's suggesting. You think Marky could have played that part with one hand? One hand? He only needed one hand to press that switch. He could play the piano with the other. Ha, what? So he's some kind of piano savant? Oh, actually no. Then what do you know? You can't play a part like that with one hand. Maybe. I don't know what I'm talking about here. Wait, I know, hey Tracy. Wait, I know, hey Tracy. Yeah, you got something? Mr. Wright, your father, he's a pianist, could he? Oh, Daddy? He couldn't play a part like that even if he had 3 hands. So sorry, so sad for you. No, not really. Huh? That was just the easy way to prove it. There's always a hard way. Man, how are you gonna prove whether he played it with one hand or 2? You can't. I admit it will be rather difficult to prove, so let's get in here and see him play it with one hand. But it's highly likely he was playing with one hand. How do you know that? The clue is what Prosecutor Gavin described as sounding odd. What sounded odd? I bet we can tell by listening to a certain part of the song. No, no way! Well, it seems we come to the moment of truth at last. Let's hear what Mr. Justice has to say for himself. Show us the part that proves the defendant was playing with one hand, right before the guitar burst into flame. Marky was definitely playing one-handed just before the guitar caught fire, and 1 second of the song proves it. So, he's number 3, right? There? That's the section I'm afraid I can hear it. Okay. Maybe he's not hearing it because I'm hearing more specifics. And he doesn't recognise it, the game doesn't recognise it. What's your opinion of that, Prosecutor Gavin? It's a beautiful song and the lyrics are outstanding. I take that to mean there isn't a problem with this section at all. Wait, so what's the odd thing Callum heard? The switch was pressed in the first half of the second verse, right? I know, I just need to find a place to compare that. Your Honor, if you'll give me one more chance, I think I can find it. I suppose we don't have a choice. Very well. I know. You claim the defendant was playing with one hand when the switch was being pressed. Show us the part that proves it. Okay, he's definitely playing one-handed just before the guitar caught fire, and one section of the song proves it. So I need to find a comparison. That was definitely a part that was two-handed. Yeah, in this first section. Prosecutor Gavin, I'm sure you've realised by now. Yeah, okay, so I've got it this time. It's what it was that sounded odd to you. As I'm sure you've realised it yourself, Alfred. Realised what? I'll demonstrate. Let's listen to the part in question again, shall we? Pay particular attention to the but a fleeting melody phrase. Yeah, there's parts where you can tell that's a second hand in there. Man, how many times do we have to listen to the same thing? Yeah, they love showing the 3D and animated part, don't they? He's getting sick of it. You're right, enough of that. He's like, what? Let's listen to another section, shall we? Another section? The guitar bursts into flame at the end of the second verse. Let's listen to the same spot. In the first verse, pay attention to "Oh, that night in your embrace." Ah, but play verse 2 again. They're really dragging it out, aren't they? There, did you hear that? They feel the same, true. But they're clearly very different. What? Well put, Your Honor. The phrase in verse 2 is quite simple, but the same phrase in verse 1 has high and low notes. You'd have to use two hands to play that for sure. What's that prove? I would think you'd know that by now. This is why I hate dealing with amateurs, man. So the two verses are different arrangements. Happens all the time. Not this time, Darian. There's no point in changing an arrangement if you can't hear it clearly. I'm surprised Academy's gone, no. I'm surprised too. But that wasn't the point. I had him play specifically so that the piano would stay in the background. Oh. That was what I noticed. Why should the same phrase sound slightly different? I asked myself. Now ask yourselves why Marky changed how he played, and there's only one answer. He needed a free hand in order to press the switch. No! Order! I believe this ties all the facts together. Well, Prosecutor Gavin? Yes, quite. As though personally, this comes as a terrible disappointment. What, no comeback? Can't believe it, I finally did it, I shut him up. Very well, barring an objection from the prosecution, I will now state the court's opinion on this matter. I love how they say it's an opinion. Good choice, Leaves. No, great show. It's not over. I don't like it when he looks so happy. You tell him, Gavin. Tell him what's so disappointing. Personally, I'm terribly disappointed. In you, our forehead. Huh? But me? Yes, and don't get me wrong, your case is solid. The facts will check out, but even now, you have yet to show us a single piece of decisive evidence. Yeah, with the facts, anyone can see it was him. Does it say? Found on the stage, it doesn't say found in the piano. Unfortunately, anyone does not include the law. I'm afraid your case doesn't cut it. But, wow, Judge flip-flops so easily. 1,000 facts might point toward the same conclusion, but without decisive evidence, it's not proof. That's the rule under our current legal system. And this is the flaw that Phoenix is talking about. But that's how every legal system works. I guess in real life ones need to work with the beyond reasonable doubt rule. I don't believe it. It does not seem as though the defense has any more evidence to present. Is this one of those Phoenix will come in at the last minute? Oh, I think if he did, we already would have seen it a long ways back. It is unfortunate, but at present, this court is unable to acknowledge your accusation. What? The truth is staring us all right in the face. Why can't they see it? What's the point of a legal system that protects criminals? Apollo, remember what Daddy said? It won't be easy proving he did it, especially not under the current court system. So what do? Like I said, good luck. And be aware that it will be impossible to prove his guilt by conventional methods. Every man has an igniter inside him. Find Darren Christen's lighter and set it off. What do we mean by every man's igniter? I think he just meant a weak spot. No. He's painting his face in the back. Yeah. The kind of thing that a single spark could turn into a wildfire of emotion. You won't be able to press him further by conventional means. Go find a weak spot in this guy. Something fatal. So, can I get back to it now or what? Insult his hair. It may look like I've got a lot of time on my hands, because that's what Josuke in JoJo gets mad at, is insulting his hair. But I got no more time to play pretend with this dead weight attorney. Well, Mr. Justice, we've come this far without decisive evidence. This witness won't be coming back to the stand once you let him go. Every man has an igniter. Wait, why did he just say that out loud? Huh? Didn't you say the better the guitar, the brighter it burns, Prosecutor Gavin? Ah, yes. Good guitars are kept dry, is fire. That provides the best sound. Even a small spark could cause irreparable damage. Your plan has an igniter in it too, Detective. It was there from the very beginning. What? Fighting time, Justice. If you blow this one, you'll be out of your hands for good. Go for it, Apollo! What, and this igniter's supposed to come burn me up? That's almost poetic there, Mr. Attorney. All the better, I'm rather fond of poetry, and I intend to hear this one through to the very end. Yeah, fuck it. You are accusing this man, Darian Crossan, of two crimes. The murder of Mr. Letus and the smuggling of a Borginian cocoon. This is your last chance to prove your case. This trial is already running for far too long. Mr. Justice, this will be my last warning. The moment this igniter of yours turns out to be a dud is the moment this cross-examination ends. Understood? Yes, Your Honor. Then let's have it. Show us the basis for these accusations against Darian Christensen. As I say, so we don't have to go through all the dialogue again. Okay, this is really my last chance. The key that will take apart Darian Christensen's plan is... call a witness. We don't have decisive evidence. Your igniter isn't a piece of evidence. So what is? It is true that I couldn't show decisive evidence, but perhaps what I needed to prove my case was something else. You mean a witness? Proving his guilt is a tall order, but I've got just the person to do it. Very well, Mr. Justice. Who is this person who can prove Darian Christensen's guilt? The magician. This person is your igniter. Ah, exactly what are they gonna testify about? Go for it, call him to the stand. He's not scared at all, is he? Wrong person. Sorry, it was an honest mistake. One more try, Your Honor. Court advises you to be aware that your chances are limited in number. I think you're the one in need of a little igniting. I suppose we should let you try once more. Show us the basis of your accusation against Darian Christensen, okay? Okay, I feel like the witness is the right one, so... What if we go crazy and just call Gavin to the stand? Oh, of course. Maki. The one person who can prove Darian Christensen's guilt is the defendant, Maki Tabay. Oh yeah, we're jamming. Your client, again? Maki Tabay was an accomplice to the cocoon smuggling plot. Without him, Darian Christensen could not have gotten the cocoon. Furthermore, he can easily prove that the one who plotted to smuggle that cocoon is the real criminal in this case. How so? It would require just one of the very cocoons Mr. Latouche was looking for. Yeah, they remixed it. I think the original music is still a bit better. Like, this is still good music, but the original music went so hard. It was great. And they obviously tried to change it up for Apollo so he wouldn't have the same music as Phoenix, which makes sense. With the cooperation of the Republic of Virginia, we could burn a cocoon. The burnt cocoon would leave a particular residue. A residue we would, no doubt, also find inside the burnt out guitar. Aha, very scientific of you. Guys, Maki Tabay acknowledges his agreement with Darian Christensen concerning the attempted smuggling of a Virginian cocoon. The case is solved. Darian's laughing again. Your unrelenting passion is remarkable. You really want to get me, don't you? Too bad you'll never be able to. Why not? The little key tickler won't acknowledge anything. Especially not anything to do with cocoon smuggling. What's this all about? Taking a cocoon out of the country means death by Virginian law. Ah, yeah, see? If a pianist really was a smuggler, then testifying about it would be suicide. Believe me, he's not talking. But you're wrong, Detective Crescent. What? It's the other way around. If Maki doesn't admit to smuggling here, he's in deep trouble. How? Look, if Maki admits to smuggling here, then he'll be tried in our courts by our laws. You don't get the death penalty for smuggling in a country. Ah, the victim in this case was an undercover Interpol agent. I'm sure their news has already reached Virginia, and they'll likely broadcast our dealings in court today. including the part about the Borginian cocoon. Extradition. What does that word mean again? Ah, yeah. No. Well, it could be a thing where if it's he tests, and this is a whacked out legal system already anyway, because it's like 3 days to solve a case, otherwise it's not continuing. And we've seen all the weird ass things, so yeah. Yeah, but if Marky doesn't amend to smuggling now, he'll eventually be picked up by the Borginian police, and it's not like he's in endangering our court. We're not going to find him guilty of murder here, not now. Yeah, but you can't do this. You can't accuse me. Maybe the law doesn't allow it. But who's going to think you're really innocent after hearing this trial? The same goes for Marky Tabay. Ah. His hair. The cocoon smuggling, your entire plan. Marky Tabay knows everything. There's only one way out of it for him, and that's to acknowledge his own crime. The crime of cocoon smuggling. Don't worry there. I'll get you out of the country. I'll set you up someplace in a mansion, real nice. You want a house made out of cookies? Oh no, a house made out of pianos? Come on. Please! Whoa, his hair's going crazy! He did. And damn. I consider that my last session with you. We rocked. I'm guessing we can treat that outburst as a confession? Uh-oh, he's laughing again. There's a kind of sick desperation in it now, though. I can't believe it either. This is very different to the first game where the prosecutor's always opposing and then it goes on the arc of they end up reaching this point where you're working together to find the truth. And then this sort of starts off immediately of a work together to find the truth thing. So I wonder where the prosecutor and attorney kind of relationship will go. Well, have you been listening to today's trial? Yes. And you talk, you tell this court everything. I didn't want it to turn out this way, but I'm not the kind of lawyer that can overlook a crime. Today's trial was all for your benefit, you know. I see no reason why you should hesitate now. I knew, from beginning, I knew. Marky. Situation I cannot explain, but money I needed. Very much money. Yeah, very much money. Today's trial raises a delicate issue with our legal system. The only thing definite in the court of law is evidence. This is a golden rule, however. It has become apparent that not all things can be tried by this standard. Tiny clown boy. Should another case of this sort surface, we might have to consider an alternate system by which to administer justice. Maybe they can hire Batman. Anyway, Mr. Marky Tabay. Yes? I promise you will receive a fair trial by the laws of our country. And with regards to the current charges for the murder of Mr. Latouche, this court is prepared to announce a verdict. We can see his eyes! Hey! They match his outfit. Teal eyes, that's a different one. Don't see that very often. I thank you. I only lie, but you see truth. You find truth. That's our job. You didn't do any of that, Judge. Very well. This court finds the defendant, Maki Tobai, not guilty. Finally. Oh, yeah, he really is, isn't he? Damn, reminded me about Pokemon Sun and Moon. Go back to Alola. Court is adjourned. Ah. 18 minutes to 5 on the 10th of July in the evening. I wonder what will happen to Marky. Well, he did smuggle a cocoon out of Virginia, so he dead, bro. Interpol's coming after him. I guess there'll be another trial here. All's well that ends well. Daddy! I owe you both my thanks. Lemura? My, is something wrong? I'm sorry, Maki was your partner on the stage, your friend. Yes, I thought of him as my own son. Even now I do, yet something got a hold of him, something evil. I see that. And he must pay for what he has done. Sure. Is that not how it should be? I'm pretty sure the Virginia Mafia is going to come after him. I'm still sorry. Do not be sorry. You have given me courage. Courage? I'm considering an eye operation. That was my suggestion, actually. Right, you've been working in the background, just... Okay. Why has she never considered that before, though? You mean you'll be able to see again? It's funny, I've always been afraid of the light. Light seems so harsh, so unforgiving. I got into the doctor. Lemura lost her sight due to some kind of accident. An accident. As you know, I suffer from amnesia. I feared that if I could see, perhaps it would open my eyes to the truth I've been running from. But we've probably shown, oh yeah, truth good. I was scared. You know what changed her mind? Hearing your defense in there today, of course it did. Yeah, truth good. She could feel your gaze, unwavering, always looking straight at the truth. If the light returns to my eyes, I think I would take up painting. What if you're terrible at it? Painting? That's right, she's a landscape painter in sound after all. It's not that he's gonna have that until he gets back into lawyering. No, judge painting, I know, this judge painting is glorious. This has been here since the start of this game. I will paint the two of you, I promise. You see like a kid's drawing with stick figures. That'd be hilarious. Woohoo! I can't wait, Lemura! I owe you my thanks too, Apollo. Thanks, Mr. Riper, for what? You reminded me I need to hurry things along. On my secret mission, that is. Phoenix is has been on a 7-year plan to make his comeback. Imperial Guards? Yes! Oh, the one on the left could be a tree, but they look more like mountains. Right, your secret mission. Apollo, Trissy. I hope that we will meet again someday soon. You bet, me too! Hold on, I'm exploding. And so, like a ballad, the trial flowed on and on until it came to an end. Thanks to the trial, the guitar's serenade was a huge hit. Oh, she's making bank. Mark is going on about needing money, and then because he's convicted of the crime, he wouldn't be able to get the cut from the sales of the song. Dumb kid. Prosecutor Gavin's even more dazzling to look at now. But there's something I wanted to say to that guy. Next time you write a ballad, have them catch a killer at the end. Hey, could still have the money, it depends on how that works. Hey, Turnabout Serenade is done. About the right timing to finish up for tonight, but we'll see the teaser. Turnabout Secession. Okay. How many episodes are there in this game? And that is the whole truth of the case. Whoa! What is this? What is going on? And I use that revolver again? In order to understand it myself, I had to know the story of these last 7 long years. Oh, we're going into the case that got Phoenix disbarred. What are we, AI Apollo now?
Yeah, this is big brain time.
And now you stand ready to begin the final chapter of this story. We do. This will be like bringing back the DL6 incident. This music is actually building up really well. The decision is yours. Fantasy Kaito. The prosecutor was Conan. I'm just imagining the prosecutor being Conan the Barbarian. It's the Arnold Schwarzenegger version. That'll be hilarious. Yeah. So that's the teaser for next time on the Apollo Justice Ace Attorney Trilogy.